Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Just making sure that works.
Good morning.
Morning, Peter.
Hey.
We're at 9 o'clock, but I'm going to give people another minute or two just to make sure they're able to sign on, and then we'll get started.
Unmanned oder? Okay, du hast taktisch umgestellt. Aber gut, du kannst ja trotzdem. Weißt du nicht, dass du das hörst, oder?
Ich versuche es ja gerade zu hören.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. I'll try to keep an eye on letting people in as we go. Thank you all for attending this year's virtual SCC-33 meeting. I know this is not the ideal way that we wanted to do this meeting this year, but to say at the least, it's been a challenging year, not only for us, but for a lot of different things going on. So we still wanted to do something to touch base as a group to see how we're all holding up, what we did this last year, some new things that we came up with, to talk to our industry partners to see what some opportunities are with them. Obviously, we'd like to be in person, just didn't work out this year, but we absolutely have our goal for next year to be in person. In fact, Evan and I were just talking about this morning. We're already going to be looking at places once this meeting ends on places that we can secure so that we can actually have this meeting face to face where it's the most effective, where we're able to talk to each other, to see each other face to face, to network, and to see new things that each of us is doing, and to maybe adopt some of those things across the board. So thank you for taking the time today to be here on Zoom. My goal for this is not to make it drag out all day long. You'll notice, and I'll go ahead and share the agenda that we have today so that we can see what we have on tap. You're going to notice with the agenda that presentations themselves are only about 15 to 20 minutes long at most. I want to keep this as free flowing as possible because we're all probably as zoomed out as possible at this stage. So make it as focused as possible, but also make it where we can ask questions during that. I want to, as hard as that is through Zoom, I want to encourage everyone that where you have questions during presentations, whether that's through chat, because I'll be keeping an eye on chat and I'll try to engage via chat if we have those opportunities, or just raising your hand and I can get you called on and ask your question. Try to make that as free flowing as possible. So presenters, make sure that you try to get as close to that 15 to 20 minute mark as possible, just so we can keep the meeting moving. Obviously, if there are other things that come up, other questions that you might have from previous presentation, please make full use of the chat, direct message them, follow up with them, get some information to work with them offline. One thing that we miss when we're not in person is that ability to do that breakout where we can just go and talk to each other during a break or during lunch, but try to do that if you can during the flow of the meeting. This is what our setup looks like for today. We've got a really good lineup. I'm very pleased with actually the response we got for the presentations we were going to do today. And there's a little bit of a focus here in the morning on data delivery, either through new database tools or other ways of looking at data delivery. So we got some focus on that in the morning, and then got some really good presentations throughout the afternoon. Now, I want you to note here, these are all Eastern Standard Times. My goal here is kind of be done around that 3:30 Eastern. I have 30 minutes for a business meeting. That's really just to touch base to see if there's things that we haven't done that we need to do, some reports that we need to do, and then talk about what our structure is going to look like for next year, chair, co-chair, locations, stuff like that. So we built some time in here in case we run long. That's what that's at. And then we have some breaks associated both in the morning, and then we have an hour for lunch. During lunch, I'm going to keep the Zoom meeting running the entire time. For lunch, if you need to go away and come back, you can log out, should be able to log out, log back in, however you want to set that up. But we'll have that hour during lunchtime where we can kind of break and go away from the meeting for about an hour. So that is what our agenda looks like for today. Stop sharing that. Anybody have any questions on the agenda? Okay. I do want to thank a couple of groups. First and foremost, I want to thank our industry partners for registering for this meeting and providing some funds for next year's meeting. I really appreciate that. I know this has been a tough time for not only for university, but also for industry. So your commitment is very much appreciated towards keeping this meeting going and give us an opportunity to have a really nice meeting goal next year. I also want to thank the presenters. You know, I could probably do an hour Zoom meeting by myself, but having a group of people put together that will have a really good breadth and depth of what we're all doing out there, including what's available on the industry side, I think it's very important. So I'm pleased to see that. I thank you for your willingness to give those presentations. And I think we're going to have a really, really good meeting because of that engagement. So while I do the Zoom thing and admit people as we're talking. So, we're gonna go get started. We're gonna do a quick introduction, one by one. This is gonna be a little bit more difficult because we're not sitting in a room and we can't go around the room. What I'd ask you to do is if you open up your participant panel on the bottom, it should automatically have a list for you, alphabetical by first name or however you signed in. We're gonna go down that list. If we get stuck, I'll try to call out the next person. All I'm looking for is your name, the university industry you're from, and then if you work on crops, what crops you're working on. So I'm Ryan Heiger from North Carolina State University, the OBT director there, and I work on corn, soybeans, grain sorghum, and small grains. So wheat, barley, and oats. Evan, I'm going to call you out of turn since you're the co-chair for the meeting.
Sounds good. Evan Tortel here with Harvest Master. And we just put the waste systems on everyone's combines and help you guys do your job. So,
Jim Brennan.
Yeah, Jim Brining, Penn State University. I manage corn grain and corn silage trials across the state.
Deborah.
Debbie Arndt, University of Arkansas, and I work in Foundation Seed.
Julie Hansen.
I'm at Cornell University. I do forage trials.
Alex Coleman.
I'm at Clemson University. I work with beans, sorghum, small grains, and corn.
Bill Brennan.
Hey, University of Kentucky small grain variety testing. Work primarily with wheat, but also barley, rye, triticale, oats, spelt.
Bradley Halliday.
Yeah, Brad Halliday with Medius Ag, and we do data management for ag research across a bunch of different commodities.
As a lady from University of Arkansas.
Cam.
Cam Kennemer, University of Kentucky. I do research with corn hybrids, both for grain and for silage.
Chris E.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, Chris Etter with Almaco. I'm the senior inside sales and looking forward to presenting this morning here, I guess.
Christian Wolf.
Hello, I'm Christian Wolf. I'm representing Haldrup USA.
Daniel Mahout.
This is Daniel Mailhot at University of Georgia. We test corn, soybeans, cotton, peanuts, sorghum, all the winter grains, and occasionally canola.
Graydon Marsden. The fun part is not only listen to me mispronounce everybody's names, but then when you hit the person that it's not necessarily online. Henry Jordan.
Yeah, my name's Henry Jordan. I work with variety testing at Auburn University. We test cotton, corn, peanuts, soybeans, small grains, ryegrass, a little bit of everything.
Jeff McCall.
Yeah, I'm not Jeff McCall, but I signed in under his name.
You got to give everybody now. You got to talk,
yeah.
Introduce everybody in the room.
There's actually 4 of us sitting in here watching at the same time. So all four of my guys, or three of my guys and myself. We do corn, cotton, soybean, grain sorghum, corn silage, and small grain variety testing here at Clemson and across the state, of course.
Jens Wolfrath.
I'm Brad.
Is Jens on?
Yes, sir. I'm on. Sorry. There was someone else talking, I think. But at least you said my name right. That's awesome. Jens Wolfrath with Zurn USA. We're doing field research equipment. I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
Joe Davlin.
Hi, Joe Davlin. I'm with Ohio State University. I'm at a research farm in South Charleston, Ohio, and we do corn, soybeans, wheat, oats, alfalfa, and forage grasses and pumpkins.
Julia Piaskowski.
Hi, yes, that's exactly how you say my name. I'm Julia Piaskowski. I'm an agricultural statistician at the University of Idaho, longtime supporter of variety testing.
Kyle Kepner.
Kyle Kepner, President and CEO of GDM Solutions, formerly known as Going Data Management. I provide the agricultural research software around the world.
Kyle Stevens.
Yeah. Kyle Stevens, Clemson University.
He's in the Bradley Stansel room. Peter Hofpointer.
Hofpointer with Wintersteiger. I'm out of the Salt Lake City office and in charge of sales for the US. And we do field research equipment.
Randy Lorenz.
Randy Lawrence, Michigan State University, soybean variety trials, and then also all the soybean breeding work for the breeder at Michigan State.
Robert Gilbert.
Hi, I'm Rob Gilbert. I'm with the University of Florida. I used to work with the sugarcane breeding team, but now I'm the Dean for Research and the administrative advisor to this group. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you. Sally Jones Diamond.
Yeah, I'm from Colorado State University, and I'm a research associate working on, we do wheat, corn, sunflower, grain and forage, sorghum, oil seeds, and dry bean testing.
Shad Melody.
Hey guys, it's Shad here from Seed Research Equipment Solutions. We do field research equipment.
Tyler Rice.
Hi, I'm Tyler Rice. I do forage variety testing here at Penn State.
And Virginia Sykes.
I'm Virginia Sykes, University of Tennessee, and I do corn grain, corn silage, soybeans, cover crops, hemp, and home garden vegetables.
Jerry Johnson, did I miss you? Maybe. I'll say
Jerry Johnson here, Colorado State University, and work with Sally Jones Diamond on the crop variety testing program here for corn, wheat, sunflower, grain, sorghum, and dry beans.
Well, thank you, everybody. Oh, Graydon, are you on, Graydon Marsden?
Yep, I'm here.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Graydon Marsden from Iowa State University. I managed the yield trial program last year, and I'm transitioning actually into the certification side for the Iowa Crop Improvement Association.
Nice. Well, thank you all for that. I will say that I had this idea on using participant list until I realized that the participant list self-sorts as people talk. So that was a lot of fun. So if I missed anybody during that, please holler at me in chat.
Yeah, I think you missed me from University of Delaware.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Tekla Waldekidan, University of Delaware, working on corn hybrid testing and breeding.
Nice. Welcome. Anybody else I miss? always the fun Zoom nuggets that you find when you think you have a good idea, and then Zoom swoops in and changes that up for you. So thank you all again for coming to the presentations and for being participant in the meeting today. So we'll get started. As we go through, I will make anybody that's giving a presentation host so that you can share your screen when it's your time for your presentation. So you'll be doing a presentation just like you normally would via Zoom. If we run into technical issues, I'll go back to the presentations that you sent me and we load it to the Google Drive and we'll work from that. But my main goal here is that when it's your time to talk, you'll have control, share your screen, run through your presentation, anything you want to do. And then I'll be in the background checking chat, making sure there's no other questions that come up during that time. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I think we're actually running ahead of time. I'll go ahead and get started with the first on the agenda, which is our new variety selection tool that we've developed here at North Carolina State University. So let me go ahead and get that shared. All right, so everybody should now be seeing what is our OVT webpage for NC State University. So up till this last year, we've been primarily reporting our data through Excel sheets and on our website as well. So you see our OVT website, that's our website here, but we get to it by ncovt.com. The primary method that we've been using to send our data out to growers is by these Excel files. So either Excel file or a web page that has the table loaded. It's good data. We're very proud of the data quality we've gotten to. The challenge that I've always had with this view of data is it's very two-dimensional. If I was to ask you, look at this table and tell me a group 4.3, this is soybeans, a group 4.3 that has a tawny pubescence, that has resistance to frog eye leaf spot, that did well planted early, it would take, I don't know that you could get to all that information just from this table. Really, what this table is telling you is what yielded in the top yield group or in the top LSD and what didn't yield in the top LSD. It really does not get or did not give our growers more specificity than that. It was hard for them to kind of really drill down to the details, to really find something that was specific for their operation. So we partnered with Medius Ag. They're a group that's been working in the potato industry for years, working on reporting and looking at potato variety information. We actually came upon them by doing a virtual field day for our potato group because they'd been using Medius for a while. We partnered with them to develop a solution for reporting our data in a more cohesive and connectional database format than this Excel table that you're seeing on the screen right now. So I'm gonna run through that tool. This is really just gonna be running through that tool at a very high level to show you what our functionality is. And that hopefully will get some questions rolling on your side if you're looking at ways of doing like a variety database or something similar. So the way that we get to our tool, it's hosted external to our NC State website. So we link it through our OVT webpage, variety selection tool right here on the side. And that takes us to the Medius page, which if this doesn't load, I'm gonna cry. Just straight up cry. I'll be straight up and honest with everybody. And this is a very free-flowing presentation for me. It's the idea I had at the beginning was way too big for how I needed to roll it out to my growers. So as a researcher, I had an idea of this is how I want all this data connected. And here's a database, growers, go ahead and look and you can find all your data. The challenge being, not everybody uses a database. Not everybody's thinking of looking for variety placement or specific variety information for their farm. They're so used to looking at top yield group, top yield group, top yield group. The idea of variety placement for them is fairly foreign or fairly new. So when I throw a bunch of data at them and don't give them a good, clean way of looking at it, there's a lot of learning curve that you hit right away. And we've tried to get over that with some training. We've tried to get over that with some methods and tools that we've baked into this variety selection tool, and we're still baking in, we're still actually working on that process. So I'm gonna point some of those things out as we go, but When you first come to this tool now, in the past, you didn't have this, but now you have the option of selecting between the 3 main crops that we're using in this tool. So we have wheat, we have soybeans, and we have corn in here. We're not quite putting grain sorghum in or some of the other minor crops just because the size is not sufficient. But for our 3 major crops, wheat, corn, and soybeans, we're putting that data in here. So the grower, when they first come here, have the option to choose one. We'll go ahead and choose soybeans because it's got a little bit more data associated. I want to show you some of the filter functions. This is our dashboard. So this is where everybody will come when they get started once they've selected a crop. And you have 4 major options that you can do from this dashboard. The way I break this out for our growers is it really falls into 2 categories. If I have a specific hybrid or variety in mind, or if I have a group of variety or hybrids in mind, I'm going to use find variety or compare varieties. If I just have a set of criteria, high yield on a certain soil type with a certain height limitation, you know, whatever your options are there based off the data we have, then you're going to use query variety or analytics. For the majority of our folks, for the majority of our folks, they're used to looking at OVT tables. Analytics is going to be the way they go here because that's going to show them a very visual way of looking at the data versus a very ambiguous. So instead of using search terms, they're going to actually have the data in front of them. And I'll show you that here in a minute, that they can filter. I will say that even though there's 4 different options on this front page, they're all interconnected. I'll be able to go back and forth between each and every one of these modules very easily once I'm going through the data. And hopefully you'll see that here in a minute. Excuse me. So I'm a grower, I've selected soybeans. I'm going to want to look at what the old OVT tables look like. So I'm going to go to, for us, that's analytics. And what that's going to do, if it'll build, I swear I literally just used this 10 minutes ago and it was fine. What that's going to do is that's going to give us now the entire data set that we've had for the prior year. So here we're looking at 2020 data. So this is all of 2020 yield data. We can actually look at, if you click on this, you can look at all the different types of data that we've had in here. But we've set this is one of the learning things. We've set this to default to yield because that's what people want to look at beginning. We're looking at all the varieties that we had in the test last year. So that's 213 varieties. We're looking at both of our planting dates. And then these varieties are sorted by multi-year. So this is 2018 through 2020, our 3 major regions that we test in, and then it's sorted by statewide multi-year. So this is the highest value in that column. We also have, along with the multi-year data here, we have single year data for all of our locations and for an average for the regions and for statewide. Now, the data that goes in here is from our statistical analysis. So we run our raw data through SAS, we get our outputs, and that's the data that goes in per location. From that point, we do an average. So we're averaging across here to get to our regional and our statewide levels. And then we're averaging across all the available data for the year range. So in this case, 2018 to 2020 for our different regions. What that means is that we have this situation where we have 1-year varieties in with 2-year varieties and then with 3-year varieties. And that's why we have this little Y and L number where we can associate how many years, how many locations this variety's been in test. You're going to note off the bat, all my group 3s came to the top last year, primarily because I only had them at 2 locations that we were able to report. So of course they came to the top. But they're all mostly 1-year lines, whereas this very next line, this USG line, is a 2-year line. So we're trying to report all the data at once so that people can start with a starting point and kind of work their way back down to what they're interested in. So from this point, what I tell growers is that you've got the entire data set here, but you're going to want to focus on certain things. You want to focus on a maturity group that matters to you for soybeans, a herbicide trait that matters to you. You know, there's a bunch of other key features here that you're going to focus on that you're not necessarily going to get from looking at 213 varieties. So that's where we go to this filter function that we have on top. And now we can choose what characteristics we want to filter to. So we have the entire data set, and now we can shrink that down to a very specific data set that we want to look at. For instance, I want to look at a group 5 soybean. So I can come down to maturity group, and I can select as many or as few maturity groups as I want. I can also, you saw relative maturity just below maturity group. I can select it in decimal maturities ranges if I wanted to. So there's my maturity group. Let's say I want to filter by my planting date. I don't have to search this. I can just type in PL, that gives me planting timing. And I just want to look at all full season group 5s. So I can click on full season. And let's say in the South, we love our red beans. So let's say I want a pubescence that's tawny or light tawny. So I can type in PUB. That's also going to come up with a value here. We can do light tawny or tawny. Let's also say that I want a certain height. So I want a taller bean because I'm planting this full season. So I can come in here, select another one. I can click on height in inches. Now this is not going to be a drop down because this is a numerical range of values. So it gives me my available range of inches from 14 to 49. So I can tell it, okay, that's my range. I want anything greater than whatever that, let's say the midpoint of that. So anything greater than 30. So I've got 4 criteria set in here that I can filter this entire data set from. And that'll get me down to, sorry, the specific ones. There we go. That now gets me down to the close filter. These are all the lines. There's now 49 out of the 213 that fit that criteria. Group 5, planted full season, which they'll be represented in both, but we're only looking at full season data here. Tawny or light tawny for pubescence, and had heights above 30 inches at some point in the data set. Evan, if you're letting people in, just go ahead and keep letting people in. So now I'm just looking at that data set. I've got 49 varieties I can focus on. I can choose to sort these yields by clicking on this header here. That'll sort either by my regions, by my multi-year statewide if I wanted to, by my single year location if I wanted to. The colors here are just looking at highest, above average, below average, and lowest. So this teal is highest. We then go dark blue to light blue for above average, light yellow to dark yellow for below average, and then red for minimum. This is not statistically separating those multi-year or statewide values. We've done all that analysis on the location side. So we're just showing people highest to lowest here. We do represent the amount of times that a variety has been in a top yield group, and I'll show you that here in a minute. But that data does exist. It's just not being shown because we're only looking at yield in this case. So from this point, a grower can do a couple of different things. First and foremost, 49 varieties is still way too many varieties for a grower to look at. So he's going to want to filter that down, and we'll show you that here in a minute. The other thing we can do is we can look at specific information on each one of these varieties. Because, for instance, this Dynagrow line, this 58XT30, it was brand new in the test last year. So it was 1 year, 7 locations. I can click on this little notebook icon, and that's going to take me to the specific information for that variety. So for us, we've taken images of all of our ears, all of our pods for soybeans, all of our heads for wheat, and we're posting those by variety in here. We also have the option to post like a library of images. So a grower can, like this is a featured image for that variety, but a grower can then click on images here and go to all the images by location if they wanted to for that variety. But at base, they get a featured image of what that variety looks like in the field. They get a link to a text sheet. They get some additional information on the company that provides it, if it's available or not, and then the trait that we tested it in. Same thing for corn, same thing for wheat. So they can look at specific variety details, and now they're going to want to get this down to like a more cohesive set. So they can do that by selecting the varieties that they're interested in. So if I'm looking at this statewide, I like this top line. I can click and highlight it. I like this one. This is an older Dynagrow line, but it's still doing well for us. And our target here, at least what we told our growers, is that we're really looking for about 8 to 10 lines. That's kind of your manageable amount. So I'm not doing this by any metric. I'm just going to select my 10. Okay, I've got 10 selected. These are interesting to me based off the yields that we have here. This is how growers are have selected in the past on our data. Just haven't been able to see the details or filter down this quickly. So now at this point, I want to look at these because all I'm looking at here is yield. So I want to look at these side by side to see if there's any differences in them. So I can have these highlighted and I can click on compare up here at the top. That's going to pull me to another window. Let me check the waiting room real quick. Sorry. That'll pull me to another window where now I've got these varieties set side by side. Okay. Now I've got where they're tested. I've got the years, the number of variety records, all the company information. I've got all of the location information. Now, a grower is not going to necessarily care about the lat long or some of these other pieces, but they're good recording pieces for us. We have herbicide applications in for wheat. You know, we have the opportunity to pull in all of our data for that location. While it may not be directly applicable to the grower for his variety selection or their variety selection, it's good for us because enough of that information over a long period of time, we can start pulling out trends in our own data, right? We can start looking and seeing if a certain herbicide application has had a negative effect on, you know, a trend of the varieties at that location. So for right now, we're providing it just as kind of this is the data for that location. But moving forward, particularly on the soil class and the soil characteristics pieces here, I envision instead of being able to look at this by, you know, county name, I can look at this by a range of soil pHs, or I can look at it by a range of soil CCs, right? I can go back to the same, oh, I love Zoom. I can go back to the same thing, I swear. It's always never in the right place. I can go back to the same view, right? And instead of having these county locations, I can have soil information. I can have soil pH. I can have rainfall amounts. I can have a range where we can start looking at how those buckets line up for this variety performance. So I'll go back to this compare piece. We've got all that background information. We got previous crop. We've got a population. We got our specific relative maturity. We have yield. The way we look at metrics, at least for our yield in this database, is we have raw yield, we have percent of yield above the mean of the trial, above or below, and then top yield group. I mentioned before that we're not showing for statewide or for multi-year a top LSD separation. What we're doing instead is looking at a combined percentage across all of our locations for the number of times that variety is in the top yield group. So let's take 10 locations in a year, right? Let's say out of those 10, a variety was in the top yield group, 5 of those locations. So 50% of the time is in the top yield group. And you average that across all of your locations for all the years that variety is available for. And that's what this percentage, this top yield group percentage, is showing you. And for us, it's just kind of a measure of not only performance, but also more or less of consistency. You know, how often are we able to hit that top yield group for that variety? You see here, this 58XT30, 75% of the time, this credenza line, 31% of the time. Now, I know this because I tested these lines. This 58XT was only in the test 1 year. This credenza line has been in the test at least a couple of years. And so that's what's affecting this percentages. I would expect this percentage to come down a little bit. If it stays at 75%, you know, that's a really good soybean variety. But I would expect it to come down. This 52 RS86 is a good example of this. This has been a top yielding line in our test for multiple years. And you can see it's at that 53% or above top yield group metric. Now, these are all average. These are all average values across all of our locations. How do we pick out the specific locations that they're top yield group at? I can click on the side header here, and it opens up all of our locations and the 0-100% for top yield group. So I can see at what location, at what planting date that showed up. Same is true for height. All these are average, so you get all the heights from each location if you click on that sidebar. For soybeans, we have other information, disease tolerance and determinancy that we have in here. And then we have some additional statistical information, LSD and CV per location that we can pull back to if we ever have some questions on our stats or our location quality. Now from here, now growers got a good set. You know, they can go to their seed salesman, their retailer, or whatever else. They can really, it's easy to pull this information down. You just click on this export button at the top. That'll download a Excel file with that exact same view. So it actually has 2 tabs in here. It has the exact same view that you're looking at with this compare once it opens. So you got that exact same view on one tab that has all the average data, but there's also a research tab here that has all of the raw data that went into this. So, you know, obviously a grower is not going to really use this research tab, but for us, this is very, very, very good for going back and looking at the raw data to identify any kind of trends that we might have. So that's where we're at with our new variety selection tool. I will say that I'm super proud of this tool. There's so much more functionality here than we had with our old Excel files. The biggest challenge we've had is the learning curve. You saw the pop-up with the different crops at the beginning. That's one thing that we added on in the middle. Or working on adding, we call it a hand-holding mode, but it's really just kind of a help mode. So where a grower can go in and type a phrase like highest yielding soybean or highest yielding soybeans with tawny pubescens, you know, and that will take them, it works out some of the technical issues and gets them directly to the data that they can then export. So we're working through some of those things. So it's been, you know, I've had growers that say, I love this. I think it's a great tool. I've had an email from a grower that said, this sucks. COVID must have done this to you. You know, I've run the gambit, but where we followed up with training, where I've responded to those growers and said, look, show me where the difficult points are. And I can look and see if it's a technical issue on our side, if it's, you know, a thing that we missed that we should have rolled out better. If it's just you're using a browser that, you know, is non-standard and there's some browser issues going on. It really helps with that piece. So that training's helped. We've rolled this out to extension agents through a training. I did a grower webinar back in January, which I got more positive feedback from that than I expected. So I'll probably keep doing that throughout the rest of the year. And this is going to iterate. What you see here today won't look the same as it looks next year, won't look the same as it does the year after that. And that's fine. Like, I want this to be as user-friendly as possible. That's my whole goal. If I'm putting a tool out just to put a tool out and nobody's using it, then, you know, we're just wasting time. So I feel good about this. I like where the direction this is going, and there's some really good possibilities there moving forward with this. So that is what I have. Anybody have any questions on this tool or kind of the approaches we've taken?
I have a question.
Yes.
First of all, this is a really great tool. I've really enjoyed what you've shown here. How are you, or are you tracking engagement on particular aspects of the tool? And, you know, is that helping you inform new features you want to add, or, you know, removing features?
So we're not necessarily tracking specific module engagement. What we're tracking is number of unique visitors and number of hits to that site. And so what that's informing me of is if I'm hitting those same peaks and valleys that I would expect, you know, I should have a peak in October, November for corn, because everybody should be coming to my website looking for corn data, because that's when that early order window is for corn. I should have a peak in December for the same reasons for soybeans. So I'm able to access that information out of here. We're not able to access, and I'll have to talk to Bradley, and he's going to talk about a little bit about their group here in a minute. I don't know that we're able to access those specific module hits, but I think that would be interesting for sure to look at.
I'll jump in here, Ryan. Yeah, we do have access. We track that ourselves. It's not visible in your admin portal, but we do track that. That is something we can make available. Yeah, because we're constantly watching for how features are used to know how to improve them or what needs to have attention.
Anybody else have any questions? I'm going back through the chat.
I had one in the chat. Do you want me to read it?
Sure, that'd be fun.
Is there a way to only show varieties that were entered in common site years so that those comparison,
Yes.
so that they don't get penalized for being in a low yielding site?
Yeah, so let me reshare my screen real quick. I do want to mention this because this is important. You'll notice at the top I have where you have correlated data and it's unchecked. This is allowing us to pull in all data for these varieties, regardless if they're in the same test or not. There's a very grower-centric way of looking at the data. A researcher would totally not look at the data this way. I can click on this correlated data tab, and now it forces the data set only to where they were in the same locations in the same area. So that's the first step here, is I can force that association. The other thing I think you're talking about is looking at specific locations. I can do that as well by going up here, and it's not there, it's under trial blocks. I can click on trial blocks and I can click on the specific location I want to look at. So let's say I know that I don't care about Beaufort, and I think Pasquotank, or I'm in the coastal plain for North Carolina. I think Robinson and Sampson are my keys there. This is in the way again. I can look, I can just select those locations. Sorry, deselect and select those locations. And now I'm just getting data, correlated data to the specific locations. And that's what's showing up here. Same thing happens on analytics. I should also mention that I can also download data from analytics in the same format. So.
The other thing too, Sally, if I can interject here a little bit, is you made a comment about ignoring some low yield regions. There is the ability with the filter here on the compare page to filter out yields that would be below a certain threshold.
Yep.
And then that throws away any of those trials that existed. So you're now comparing varieties across the same trials where it was part of the threshold that you're looking for. So you can get rid of those outliers and get a good comparison.
I apologize for all the people that came in that I did not admit. This is a very challenging to present and admit at the same time. But definitely let me know if people hit issues trying to get into the meeting.
Hey, Ryan, they also asked if SAS is a statistic engine behind the program.
Bradley can correct me on this, but I think they have R as a background, or they have the option to use R as a background. Is that correct, Bradley?
So R is not the background.
Okay.
I mean, it's our own. We build our own from the ground up API to manage this. But we do have a module, if interested, to integrate R. So instead of having to export to a CSV and then upload to your R Studio, you can actually manage R right within the software. SAS we do not, because SAS you have to individually license. And we've had conversations with SAS about allowing currently existing license holders to integrate with SAS within our tool, but they're not interested in that. So I think what Ryan was mentioning was you use SAS on your own system, and in order to generate the data that you're going to upload and integrate into here.
Yep. Yeah. So we have our own internal SAS code that we use. So all of our location data gets analyzed through that SAS code, and that's what gets loaded into the database. So there's no statistics that's happening for us right now inside the database. All we're doing is averaging, and then we're looking at breaks above and below average. Any other questions? All right. Now I gotta find my agenda. So next on the agenda, and we're a little bit behind time, but next on the agenda will be, actually we're ahead of time, Bradley Halliday to talk about the Medius platform itself. And Bradley, I need to make you a host. Okay. All right, you should be able to share.
All right, there you go. Can you see my screen there, Ryan?
Good to go.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for letting us be a part of this meeting today. And certainly we're glad to not only be a participant, but also supporter of this meeting. And then it's been great, I'd say, to work with Ryan and their team at NC State on this project. I'm just going to take a few minutes here and share with you all a little bit about our company and why we exist and what we do. And then maybe at the end, I'll kind of highlight how our tool is used across the country in different commodities, so that hopefully you have a better understanding of more of what we have available and what we do. So first of all, what's in the name? What is medius? Medius is the Latin word for middle or between. So that's something that's very important to us as we're developing tools, as we're working with different organizations. Our goal is not to come in and replace what you're doing or throw away the good work that you're doing, but come in and be an opportunity to help you improve those efforts, develop the relationship that you have with your growers or across agents, across regions, and give you the opportunity to use our platform to be that conduit for better data. So what we kind of view our software solutions as this connection between the users and their data. And I'll make a comment at this point. So what we've been talking about today, Medius.RE, is one of our software solutions. We're in the ag industry through other solutions as well, particularly working with snack food companies, dealing with supply chain management and food safety and logistics and accounting and a lot of other things that have to do with ag-related products going from farm to processor. But specifically, what we're going to talk about today is our research sector tool, Medius.RE. So one of the things that is really important to me is making sure that data is easy to use and easy to understand. And one of the difficult things that you have with that is research data can get very complicated, right? You're generating a lot of data. You have different data points and you have different locations, different years. And it can make it difficult sometimes to be able to sift through data. So we try to make that as simple as possible, but also at the same time giving you the ability to get the complexity that you need. So an example of that was when Ryan was talking about looking at the compare page, and we had correlated data turned off, right? Because when a grower is coming to look at that, they may not necessarily be interested in correlated data. But if you're in research, if you're the agronomist, that correlated data is going to be important to you. So there's features like that that are found all over our tool that allow you to turn things on or off to help you better be able to interpret the data based on your needs. So we work with anywhere from breeders to the research extension agents to growers to even processors. And so trying to make these tools as simple as possible to get a lot of data fast. So as Ryan mentioned earlier, if you had all of your Excel documents, if you had white papers or PDFs and you're trying to generate a quick result or a quick answer for your growers, that's going to be difficult to do. And so we try to eliminate that headache by allowing either your growers to be able to get that information quickly or you to be able to easily provide that information to your growers. So when you have this aspect of reliability, when collaboration can happen, right, between different research groups, between different extension agents, between you and your growers, ultimately the outcome that's going to come from that is better decisions. And I think that's why we're all in research, right? We're trying to make these better decisions for the growers that that are in our regions or that we're responsible for helping, because if we can help those growers make better decisions, then they can be more productive and more profitable. And as a result, we have a better product that we're delivering to consumers. So our hope is that our tools are creating this ability for you to communicate this information clearly and easily for your growers to be able to have access to it. What's interesting is a few years back in Harvard Business Review, they released an IBM study that said that the cost of poor quality data to the US economy was $3.1 trillion in 2016 alone. That's a lot of money that's wasted from poor data management. And you can put that another way and think of it as essentially it's a 16.6% tax on our US economy because we're managing data poorly. So nobody wants to waste money when it comes to the research that you're already doing. You're investing a lot of dollars into research. And why would you want to just take all that good research and then not make it usable or useful for your grower base? The other thing that's important when it comes to research is time, right? We were talking about how it could take you a long time if you're trying to collect all of those Excel documents, or if you're trying to put together all of those PDFs, and then trying to distribute that information, right? That takes time. And when you have that time taken away from you, then you're not spending that time on good data analysis. You're not looking at the data and trying to make better decisions. You're wasting your time trying to collect data. So this is an interesting study in 2019 that 47 million people worldwide rely on spreadsheets for data activities and spend 60% of their work week in them. That same study found that 44% of data workers' time is wasted looking for and preparing data. So I don't know if you can feel that at all in what you do, but when you're trying to dig around for that Excel sheet, or you're trying to find that PDF somewhere, that can be quite frustrating. What we often run into is we have organizations that have email limits where they start deleting emails after a certain period of time. So if a report was sent to you in your email, you're probably not going to find it. You're going to lose it. It's going to get accidentally deleted. And then now you don't even have that information that you just spent a lot of money in generating. So I don't know, Ryan, if I keep getting admit requests, so I'll admit them since I'm the host now.
I think you're muted, Ryan. There you go.
Yeah, so I didn't mute myself, so somehow I got muted. But let me just spend a couple minutes on why Medius. Obviously, Excel is an option out there, but why would you work with a company like Medius? So first of all, I like to say we're not a software company. We're an ag company first that has data engineers that understand data management and software. A little bit of insight into the history of our company. In 1948, my business partner's great grandfather was a potato grower in Pennsylvania, and he got to the point where he could no longer supply the upcoming snack food companies with enough supply. So his sons actually started jumping in a truck and going to other potato growers, and they were collecting other people's potatoes and taking them to the snack food companies. And from there, in the late 40s, they started selling other people's potatoes and getting involved in snack food. So then here now we fast forward 70 years later, and out of that, we started this software company, Medius Ag, about 10 years ago, with a focus on providing agricultural solutions and improving the data management aspect across supply chain and then also research. And so as Ryan had mentioned before, we got our start in potatoes because that's what we knew very well. We were very involved in the potato pipeline. So we currently work with a bunch of different potato organizations across the country, including the National Potato Organization, Potatoes USA, and I'll talk about them a little bit later. But when we built this research tool, we did it from all of the information that we had gathered and the things that we had learned working with the potato industry for several years, talking with researchers, talking with breeders, working with growers and processors. And as a result, we built a tool that we believe is adaptable to any commodity within the agricultural space. So what you saw when Ryan was presenting was specific data fields that had been assigned in a specific structure that had been developed for their use at NC State. But that's by no means a fixed structure. What we did was we built an underlying API, a bottom platform, so to speak, that is the hub of data management. And what we do is we work with each one of our clients in determining what are their specific needs, what are their data field selections, what are they looking for as far as multiple locations. Are they a client that is working specifically within a state? So you have multiple locations within your state. Are you working across states? Are you working internationally, nationally, and we sit down and we develop a plan with you to be able to develop the correct data structure for you to be able to manage your data easily. So looking at kind of coming up with these practical solutions, right? For us, it's not just about necessarily pushing out a solution and just having it out there. As the name Medius that we talked about means, we're very much interested in a relationship and a partnership. And I hope Ryan could attest to that, that when we deliver a software tool to you, it's not good luck. I hope you can use it, have fun with it. But we're interested in making sure that it is providing success for your organization, that your growers are getting what they need out of it, that we're providing all of that information and the tool is successful and functional. So that's that practical nature, right? Like it's one thing to talk about it, just here's a tool, it works great. But is that tool actually helping your growers? And we're committed to making sure that that is the case for you. And then our team that we have assembled, and we're continuing to grow. I have another interview next week where we're adding on to our team. But we've got a lot of experience within the ag industry, whether it's working with the USDA, working with national commodity boards, or it's hands-on at the actual agricultural level of getting your hands dirty and moving product or growing product. All of that is represented within our team. And then the last piece is, we want to drive this transformation of data management within the agricultural industry. I think it's so important to the future of our country and our world that we're being very good stewards of the data that we're collecting in ag. And so we want to be a part of helping you guys be able to transform and understand how you're dealing with data management. So spend a couple of minutes here just in some interesting quotes and some comments and feedback that we've gotten from other clients. I love Chris Voigt. If you remember, and most of you maybe not, because you weren't as focused in potato space as some of us are, but Chris is the executive director at the Washington State Potato Commission. And here about 10 years ago, he was the guy that went on that potato diet to show the health benefits of potatoes. And he got some national attention from media as the guy that was eating just potatoes. But he said, and he's a part of multiple different aspects of using our tool, but Medius is the best money the potato industry has ever spent. And one of the things that he often talks about when he's either talking with people or using our tool is the ability that they have to look at data to eliminate some varieties that maybe are a waste of a time to grow, or if you're on the research side, on the breeding side, they're a waste of a time to continue to test because they're just not going to work. So if you can weed those out and give yourselves the top tier varieties to focus on, then you're going to save money in the long run. It's going to make you more profitable and more efficient. Another one of our good clients comes from Michigan State, Chris Long. Chris is the potato extension specialist there. And I have a clip here, and if I can figure out how I can share audio, hopefully the audio will go through, share sound, there we go. I have a clip here from Chris as a part of the Potato Expo, which is the national convention for potato research. It had to go virtual as well. And I have a clip here of Chris talking about using the tool.
But I would say my ability to interpret variety information over time and space is really greatly improved, right? Back, 5-10 years ago, it was really a matter of finding, hard copies and literally laying out, a number of years of physical hard copy reports and trying to take data out of those and maybe even entering that back into a spreadsheet and trying to do some analysis or make some comparisons. But with the implementation of digital databases and specifically Medius RE, it's really just streamlined not only the time that takes to do that, but then really the questions and things that you can begin to address. So yeah, it's definitely enhanced my ability to interpret data and then provide that back out to the industry.
So that was a quick example of the efficiency that has been gained, or the value that gets added by having good data management practices. And then I love, so as Ryan Heiniger had mentioned here, he had done several different extension agent training and grower training sessions. And I had the privilege of being a part of those. And one of my favorite quotes that came out of them was from his dad, Dr. Ron Heiniger, when he said, "When I realized the endless possibilities this tool opened up to me with minimal effort, I was blown away." And that's the response that we keep getting, and we hope to continue getting as we work with more growers and more commodity groups, is once you get that aha moment, right? When you're seeing what you can do with this tool and the information you can get out of it so easily, the possibilities become endless. I can think of a potato grower in New York that I used to get email from his wife saying that he just sits on Medius.re all day long, loves just diving into the data and trying to analyze and figure out what he's going to plant next and what's coming up. And he just loved getting into all that information. And so that's kind of our hope. That's a bit of our goal and what we would love to achieve as we improve the agricultural industry. So I talked about, we work with other commodity groups. We work all over the scope. We have private growers that we work with that their license is completely private, where all their data is private to their own research on their own farm. We work with universities. We work with state research organizations. And then we work with some grant projects. So there's a collaboration that exists across universities on some grant projects right now. And then we also work with national commodity boards such as Potatoes USA. And so I wanted to use this as an example just so that you guys can all understand that when you look at what Ryan just shared, it's not limited to that scope, right? Like, that's a really good application for our tool, but you can get really imaginative and understanding what the potential is with collaboration. Collaboration is built into the framework of this tool. So for example, I mentioned a grant group. This particular grant group, of which NC State is associated with on the potato side, there's 14 different universities that are all a part of this. Each of them collaborating together in their research, while at the same time also collaborating at the national level on potatoes. So they have the ability to put in the information that they're generating as part of their grant research locally, and then compare that to how it performs across the national scale with all the data that's being generated nationally. So it gives them this ability to look at things side by side, not only within their own regions, but also across regions and across the country. And so just to kind of give you a quick highlight there, and I know Ryan showed you guys a lot of this, but the tool is very customizable. So when you see something, don't think, well, that's hard fix there. We built it with flexibility in mind, because we understand that while each group is going to face similar issues and you're going to have same struggles as far as collecting data and disseminating that data to your grower base, you're also going to have some unique characteristics, right? There's going to be some things that are different in each breeding program, in each research program. And we understand that, and we built the tool in a way that we can adapt and be flexible to help you in that. So I don't know, Ryan, you had mentioned about if there was some time for Q&A. If anybody has any questions for me, I'd love to take those, or feel free to reach out to so Ryan Crable, our business development manager. You can reach out to him at info, or myself at info@mediusag.com, or if you want to connect with me directly, my contact information is there on the screen, or you can find us on all the different social media platforms or hit us up on our website. So there's lots of options to find us, but we're here to hear your story and to hear about the different struggles you have within your programs, and hopefully we offer you a solution for those.
Anybody have any questions for Bradley?
I have a question. Questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
First of all, I love this emphasis on data management. I agree wholeheartedly, and it's nice to see other voices saying that. I was curious about the data management side. So this question is both for Bradley and for Ryan about, are you managing your trial data within these tools, or are you managing it, you know, in-house and then sending your summaries to your variety selection tool?
So I'll maybe answer half for Ryan and then half for all of our other clients. So what NC State is doing, I believe, Ryan, is you're essentially creating this summary and you're uploading all of that already compiled data.
Yes.
What some of our other clients do is they're uploading that raw replicated data, and then our tools provide the ability to either spit back that replicated data, or we can spit back the cleaned up, summarized, calculated information. So you have the ability to go either or. It can be raw or it can be polished, and we'll help you polish it if it needs to be polished.
And I'll go ahead and mention, for us specifically, we use ARM as our internal trial database. So that does a lot of the trial location management features for us. For us, Medius provides the visibility to that data, right? So that delivery portion to growers for that data. But we use ARM as our own internal LIM system, and then all of our data then get and analyzed and loaded to Medius. Any other questions for Bradley? I do want to go ahead and mention one thing Bradley mentioned earlier. You know, I've worked with developers in the past where, you know, you got a solution and then obviously there's always going to be issues that come up, whether they're technical, whether they're just happen to be with how the tool works. I've worked with developers in the past where I could not get a hold of them after that initial, you know, meeting and that initial agreement. Bradley's group has been polar opposite. From the smallest questions of changes we've had to big overarching goals that we have for this data set, they've been very quick, very easy to work with, very impressive on the quickness of feedback and the quickness of turnaround, because that's really key in something like this. You know, where we ran into those initial issues with kind of the learning curve, they're very quick to step in and say, here are some solutions that we can add in, or if we had requests of solutions we want to add in, they're very quick to work on those. So
yeah, there's that saying, do what you do best and outsource the rest. You know, you guys do a great job at generating the research data, and we focus all day long on making sure we're delivering good data management tools that help distribute that information. So like I think I mentioned earlier with collaboration, we definitely view this as a partnership with each of our clients. And we want to see you succeed as much as possible, because we're in it because we believe in agriculture and the importance of data management and good data, not just because we have fun writing software, which we do that too. We have a lot of fun doing that too. But I love, as an engineer in the ag industry, oh man, I love the agricultural space.
I don't see anything in the chat. Anybody else have any questions? All right, thank you, Bradley.
I'll stop sharing, and then I guess you can take back.
Yep. So next on the list is Virginia Sykes, talking about the regional soybean variety database. Virginia, you should be a co-host. You should be able to share. There you go.
Are you seeing it in presentation mode?
Yes, you're good to go. I mean, I'm seeing the, there you go. Yep, perfect.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, today I'm going to talk to you about multi-state variety trial databases, and really I'd like this to be more of a conversation. So I only have about 5 minutes of presentation, and then I'm really hoping that even though we're on Zoom, we can kind of open this up and discuss the role of the SCC-33 group in these single and multi-state variety trial databases. So as Ryan already talked about, a lot of states are starting to move to having web access to variety trial results and having these filterable, sortable databases where stakeholders can go in and they can find exactly what they're wanting instead of being stuck with kind of the static tables that we put together every year. And so we have done a survey recently. We're still collecting data on this, but so far we have seen that only 7% of people are using just the print version of our variety trial results. And the majority of people are using that print in combination with a web resource, or they're just using the web resource. And so I think that this is really illustrating the trend we're seeing towards more of these databases for both single states as well as multi-state. At Tennessee, we have a similar database to what Ryan shared for NC State for our soybeans. And here you can go in and you can have filter options for things like maturity group, brand, disease tolerance, whether you're looking at OVT, CST. And I'd just like to take a minute and we'll see if this works. I've tried this Minty once before and did not have great success with it. So we'll see if this works. But if you go to, if you can see at the top of your screen that to minty.com and enter that passcode, and you can do that on your phone, and then just answer the question, does your state have a web-based variety trial database that you use? And then if you'll just enter your state and what crop you have that you're working with on that database, and we should be able to see the results pop up on this screen here. All right, so we got one for wheat. We know we have North Carolina, soybeans, corn, and wheat. All right, Colorado wheat. What you wheat people are on top of this. Surprised we're not seeing more soybeans and corn. All right, I'm going to give you a few more seconds. Type in your answers if you've got any. All right, so there's some corn. So it looks like the wheat is the leader in terms of these databases, and then we've got some corn in the works and maybe some soybean as well. But something that, that a lot of people are starting to work on, are currently working on. Get back to. Sorry, I've lost my mouse. Okay. So this is a good thing that we're having these single state options, but really this starts to expand our options. So whereas before, we were restricted by those state lines. But when we think of our crops in our growing regions, these really cover multiple states. For especially for a state like Tennessee, you can see we've got multiple growing regions in here. And so for a grower here in the middle part of the state, results that are derived from variety tests across the state may not be the most predictive of what's going to do best in their region. In reality, pulling data from Kentucky and Tennessee might be more predictive for them. And these people over in the western part of the state, pulling data from Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee is probably going to give them a better prediction of what's going to do best in the future in their region, as opposed to looking at this on a state level. And so having these variety trial databases online and accessible provides the option to expand these single state databases to cover multiple regions. And again, pulling from that survey, 60% of our respondents said that they were using variety trial data from multiple states, not just from a single source. And so that becomes really challenging when you are a grower and you're trying to pull from multiple states that have different formats and trying to consolidate that data into something that's useful. The next question, again, you go to that Menti site, and I'd like to know, are you part of a multi-state variety trial database? So we've got some people who are working on these single state trials. How about multi-state trials? So off the bat, it looks like a lot fewer people focusing right now on multi-state. And that makes sense, because as we saw with that previous question, still a lot of people starting to build those single state databases. And so really having that foundation before you move to these multi-state levels makes sense. All right, we'll give that a few more seconds. So part of what I want to talk to you about today is a multi-state regional variety trial database for soybeans that I'm working with University of Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia Tech, NC State, and University of Arkansas to put together. And this is funded by the United Soybean Board. And so I don't have any cool database to show you yet, because we are in the process of building this right now. And so we have our 2019 and 2020 soybean variety trial data. We also put out a survey, which is where some of these survey results are coming from, showing what stakeholders are using in terms of variety trial results and how they're using it. And then we're going to put together something similar to what Ryan has showed you. We're partnering with Centric, who does USB's website, and they're helping to build an interactive database to look at soybean variety performance across these regions. Now, since I don't have any cool database to show you yet, the real reason for me sharing this right now is because we are trying to expand this. And we would love to have people, anybody in the South who's interested in being a part of this project, then please feel free to reach out to me. I've already had some Southern states email me who have seen the survey go out, who are a little bit miffed that their state was not included as part of this project. So we are happy to include anyone who wants to be a part of this as we expand it and as we get some of these logistics worked out. And hopefully next year we can share sort of what that has, what we've built in terms of that multi-state database. But really, I'd like to focus most of our time today on the role of the SCC-33 group in these single state and multi-state databases. And this group, I know, serves as an advisory group but it also has the potential to take action on certain things. And so there are really two things I'd like to have a discussion around. And the first is the need for a national variety testing survey. So one of the things that we have found with our soybean work is this provides really useful data to take to the people who fund variety testing and to say, look at the impact that this makes. And I know some of you probably have done surveys like this with your stakeholders, but us as the SCC-33 group, I think we have the opportunity to help build a national survey to look at variety testing so that we have these types of results to support the need for variety testing across our nation. The second thing is a multi-state database. As we're starting to see more and more of these pop up, we've got our Mid-South soybean one. I know that there's a soybean one in the Northeast, and then Julia is going to talk about the Pacific Northwest and what they're building over there. And so as we're seeing more of these pop up across different regions, I think we need to have a discussion about what the SCC-33's role should be in sort of guiding some of these regional databases and connecting those to one another. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and I hope that we can just have a discussion about this. So feel free to unmute, and I don't know, Ryan, can they unmute?
Yeah, anybody can unmute if you have questions. Anybody have questions for Virginia?
Okay, I'm the question girl. I have nothing but questions. Are you interested, is there a specific framework that you guys are trying to work around? For instance, we're thinking about working with the BROPI standards, specifically so we can work with any other application that also is compliant with those standards, like Fieldbook, for instance.
I'm not sure I understand what your question is.
Well, thinking about how to make, databases communicate with each other and not just have a database here and one here and one here, and they are completely different. We're thinking about it, working with a particular data standard, and one of them is BROPI, that's the breeding API. And it's, I don't even know how to describe it. I'm gonna have a meeting with them later. And so, and that was one idea for how we could make sure that what we're producing can communicate with others. And so it's so great to have this conversation on the national level. And so I'm wondering if anyone else is having those same thoughts about how can I ensure, my database or my states or my regions is able to work with others, so we can download data from here and download data from there and merge them. And not
I think that's
impossible headache.
I think that's a great point, because people are going to be using different web development, but making sure that the data that is behind all of that is transferable. I think that's really important.
Yeah, and I think standards are going to be an important part of that process. I mean, we've learned already in the initial stages of our regional soybean database that different groups do testing differently, right? And how do we collate all of that data together in kind of a standard way? So just like the collated data on Medius, we're all looking at it on kind of the same level. And we're not introducing any kind of skews to the data based off of more locations or different ways of testing or things like that. I mean, there are some questions on that background side for the multi-state, but I think the long term of this is absolutely, that's where we want to go. Like, we want to be in a position that a grower can not necessarily care that I'm in North Carolina, but now I can pull down N equals a huge number of results based off of a soil type I have, or based off of characteristics I have. So that's going to be a challenge, but I think that's an opportunity for us moving forward for sure.
Right, and I think that it's easier on the front end if we set this stuff up now, as opposed to everybody, all these start popping up all over the place, and then we try and put things together and say, oh, this does not fit.
Everybody's going to have their favorite in that situation.
Right.
Sure. Right.
Just to step in, this is Kyle Kepner with GDM Solutions. I've had numerous conversations with some of the groups with variety testing. Not so much variety testing, actually. It's more of the like weeds, chemistry type testing and so forth. And one of the hiccups that I hear when they want to share their information is who owns the information. And if information is, if it's cited correctly, if there is a combination of data between 5 different states on one particular weed, if that data is utilized in any sort of publication, how is that data cited? And it feels like to me that that's one of the hardest stopping points to combine state data. So I think also that probably needs to be a discussion as to what are the rights of different organizations to utilize this data and how it is presented and also, I guess really credit given to the individuals that have created the data source itself. So like I said, we've had numerous conversations and it's a great idea. We do have a database that you can dump all of your data into, and I've offered to different organizations a means to do that. And usually the first question is, who owns the data? And I'm like, well, we definitely don't own the data. But that's a broader question between everybody else as to who owns the data, whether it's a state organization or a private company. So I just want to bring in that aspect too of just maybe loosening up a little bit about the ownership of the data. It might make things a little bit easier.
Well, Kyle, I will say that variety test data is one of the easier ones concerning that because we publish it in extension publications every year anyways. But I do think that it's important if somebody's pulling it from a database that has multiple states. If we have something on our SCC-33 site that says if you're pulling multi-state data, this is what we recommend in terms of citation. I don't know, but that's something that I think could be up for discussion, but that might be an option. And then over in the chat, somebody asked about funding, and I had actually asked our ag research as well about that. And since this group is under the ag experiment stations, they had said that Tennessee could put in some money towards helping develop this. And if we had a funding proposal that the ag experiment stations could agree on that are a part of the group that supports this, then they might be willing to provide some funding. And then Julia also put in the chat, applying for a conference grant, I think is a great idea so that we could have more of a platform to discuss some of these things. Julia, did you have any in mind? Have you seen any?
I'm sorry, what are you asking? Like funding opportunities?
Yeah, conference grants. You seen anything that would be a good fit?
The NIFA, it was FACT, but now it's got a new name, but it's the same thing. It's got DSNIT that stands for Data Science. And that would be a good opportunity. I'd be happy to work on this and collaborate with someone. For the data ownership issue and the intellectual property, yeah, it's a huge sticking issue as well. Of course, the universities own the data for their own state, and or perhaps the USDA owns their data. And we are setting up a licensing procedure where we just have allowable uses, which is any research application. Really, we just don't want people to say take the data and repackage it as their own, without appropriate attribution.
I think this would be a good area to follow up on after this meeting for sure. We have power as an SCC-33 group to kind of cohesively look at these solutions. So let's definitely follow back up with this after this meeting moving forward, and for sure prior to the next meeting next year. So
yeah, and I would say if anyone wants to just email me their information, and I could start putting together maybe a smaller group that wants to work on this, and maybe we could have a more focused discussion later on about it.
Jerry, you were saying something?
Yeah, Ryan, I was just going to suggest exactly what she did, is that it might be possible out of larger group to create like a committee on, would have volunteers from different states to discuss these issues and to back next year on the feasibility of multi-state innovation.
I think that's a good idea. I think that we can look at forming a subcommittee here to see if we can identify some funding areas. Dr. Gilbert put in the chat, the Southern Region Ag Experiment Station Directors are doing strategic planning this year. If there's a proposal for support for this multi-state debate, I'm happy to discuss with them. So we have opportunities through that as well. So I'll follow up after this meeting to kind of get some interest levels on who wants to serve on that committee and examine what our opportunities are moving forward. Anything else for Virginia? All right, thank you. Next up, we've got Kyle Kepner with Gilling. I'm really good with words today. Kyle, you should be a co-host. You should be able to share.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Can you see the ARM screen?
Yep, good to go.
Okay, awesome. So, yes, yeah, just for those of you that know ARM, know Gilling Data Management, we did change ownership on February 21st of 2020. Margaret Kappenman, the Chief Development Officer, and myself, we now own Gilling Data Management, and we made a name change to GDM Solutions. So just for your guys' information, so it is under new management, but Margaret's been here for 25 years. I've been here for almost 4 years now, and we are moving strong. So thank you, Ryan, for the opportunity to speak here. Thank you for the group that's attending. I just have a couple features I just wanted to show today that would be, I would think, fairly relevant to this group. We are primarily known for the agrochemical industry. We're in nearly 100 countries. We have been around for close to 40 years, and we're in the top 10 global agrochemical companies in the world. But that does not mean that we do not have the ability to help with the variety testing type research, as Ryan had mentioned earlier. And so knowing that, we do development for different types of research all throughout the world. And I just picked out a couple pieces that I thought maybe would be more relevant to this group. So knowing that, for those of you that know ARM, and for those of you that don't, I am in the ARM trial file, and ARM is set up so that an individual user has the ability to enter in specific information. Really, we pride ourselves on really all the information that's needed for a trial. It has specific locations for that information, and I am on the weather input tab. And we've had a lot of requests for the ability to visualize the weather. I have imported weather from what is now the DTN Clear Ag Weather API. I had presented that, I believe, a couple years ago. So I just filled in this trial with a certain amount of weather information that came from their weather API. And I'm going to now have the ability and show you how you can then visualize this weather so that maybe you can make more inferences about what had occurred at that trial during the trial season. So ARM allows the ability to graph up to 3 different fields, data fields, such as the moisture total, the wind, and so forth, anything that has to do with weather. You can then make these selections here and then determine what axis to use, and then also what type of chart option you would like, whether it's a scatter graph, a line graph, a total, and so forth, and then name those axes. Now, I'm not going to go through every single step. You can choose up to 4 of these, all to be displayed at the same time. I had created an example, and therefore, if I want to use that, oops, I did not do that correctly. Let me go there. If you want to use one that's already saved, you can then save that as a template, and then utilize that moving forward. And then by clicking OK, you have the ability to show these graphs on the screen here and then manipulate them to answer specific questions that you may have. So with maybe variety testing, maybe you would like to understand if the average temperature were to be very high along with a large amount of rain. Maybe there was crusting. Maybe you have a stand issue that you're not quite understanding. Here you would have the ability to determine by dragging this the amount of rainfall that occurred maybe within 1 week after planting date. And you can see here that now on the right side, it now will summarize what the average temperature precip, just the different information that you have listed within the graphing options here to determine if there was maybe an issue that would have caused some discrepancy with your data. So this is a new feature for us. It's been out for, I think, a little over a year now. You do have the ability to copy this information and put it into Excel or, copy it and put it as an attachment into the ARM file. So that way you have that documented based upon this information. The other key aspect that we continually work on is our statistics. And we do have a full-time statistician that works with our statistical analysis within ARM. And he is, free for you guys too, if you have any questions looking at data or, designing how you would like to perform your trial and then appropriately analyze that trial. We do offer him up to the group. So if you do have any questions, contact us at support or me directly, and I can get you connected with Peter Clausen. And one thing that we've really moved towards is, in my opinion, it's very important that data is reviewed. I do have a lot of conversations with companies that would like to have the data somewhat automatically reviewed. I still feel that there needs to be a hands-on process where the researcher should really look at the data, look for outliers, look for discrepancies, look for patterns, really understand the data to make sure that there is no bias or that the inferences that are made incorrectly. So what we have developed is the ability to look at the diagnostics of the actual data itself and then help guide the researcher to determine if there needs to be a change or a transformation to that data to take away that bias and then also be more in line with the assumptions of ANOVA. So what we've added is this column diagnostics tab here, which then based upon the data that is within that assessment. So here I have just a stand count to look at that data and understand, am I meeting the assumptions of ANOVA if the ANOVA analysis is what you would like to perform. So looking at first what the information that is provided is, it states what the raw data is. And so you've got just regular descriptive type statistics here. What, number of data points, number that were analyzed, how many were unique, how many were missing. So this is just regular technical analysis to see, am I missing data? Do I have issues that maybe I didn't copy and paste it incorrectly, or I didn't hand type it incorrectly? Then what I feel is very important is to make sure that there's some way that it has been reviewed, a step that really states that I have reviewed this data. And so that's what we have here is, if the research scientist is satisfied, and how can we know whether the data is satisfying the statistical assumptions, is to first look at the assumptions of ANOVA, looking for the homogeneity of variance, whether it's Levine's, looking at that to make sure, maybe looking at a box whisker graph to see, is the variance of the residuals, is that really, normal? Is it homogeneous? Also then looking for normality using the Shapiro-Wilks or the skewness and kurtosis. And so ARM will look at this data based upon an assumption of how you want to look at that data and look for these assumptions of ANOVA. Now, how will ARM know the basis of looking at this data? If you look down at the bottom, there's a basis to base the values on. If we know that we want to run it based upon just the assessment values themselves to see if there's any normality issues, if it's not meeting the assumptions, then ARM will base that on the assessment values. But if you do know that particular types of data, the way that they're taken, if they're a count, if they're a proportion, if you do know that, we do have families of data within ARM. So if I wanted to base it on the type of data, I can then make that selection, and ARM will understand that family of data and state, okay, now we really should not be using these different types of transformations as options. Also, you can base that on the rating unit, whether we should be using the different types of transformations. So knowing that, the option is for the researcher to analyze it themselves, make the inferences themselves as to whether they would like to move forward as identically independently distributed data, stating, I've reviewed this, I'm okay with it. Or they can use some of the transformations that are available. And so this one is the square root transformation, or a non-parametric, which is the automatic rank. Knowing this, ARM understands data and believes that it's not failing the homogeneity of variance, and therefore would recommend the IID, and then second best would be the automatic rank. And looking at whether the assumptions of ANOVA are significant or not, whether they're less than a certain 5% alpha level, then you have to determine that for yourself, how you would like to proceed. So by clicking on this box here, this option, or just double clicking on the option below, it then sets that as how to analyze that for reporting. If you would like, you can also then show the actual diagnostic graphs. Oops, it came onto the other screen here. I'll drag this over. And it will then show the assessment data based upon the different descriptive or assumptions of ANOVA, the types of graphs looking for the homogeneity of variance, which would be your box whisker, or your normality graphs, which would look at your Shapiro-Wilks to see if running the residuals versus the raw data, and then also looking at these to make different inferences. We also added in the option to send this out to R, because R is running in the background of our software. And we realize that you guys are professional researchers, you're part of a professional educational institution, and therefore you would want to make sure that the analysis is based upon the approved or recommended for your industry. And therefore, if you want to see the code that is actually running for R, you now have the ability to send that to RStudio or R itself. You will then be able to see the library that we're using, along with have it in a format that already has the raw data, so that you can then run your own analysis. Maybe you want to run your own library. Also, you have the ability to send it to SAS, so that way you can compare the results and make sure that you would agree with what we are then representing. So I would love to in the future have the ability to have the clients bring in their own libraries, so that way they could run their own analysis, and then we just report it. So really, we're moving in a direction of where we want the researcher to have a little bit more hands-on, and then the ability to really sign off on the data. And how you would move through these columns, how we recommend, for research scientists, is to just look at each column, make a decision, whether it's you're okay with it, you've reviewed it, you've documented that you have reviewed it, and then move on to the next column. And ARM will automatically give you this information, and then therefore let you just go ahead and choose as you go through. And then that way you have some sort of ability to state that you have and document that you have moved through this data itself. With that, I think I got just a couple minutes yet here. I can open it up for questions too, but what I've seen, just to reiterate what Brad was showing, we do have the option to send this information to a database. That has snowballed. A lot of organizations have now started to understand that $3.1 trillion problem. And what we do is we provide the software to enter the data consistently. We are the industry standard. What we do not really dabble in, and I think it's fantastic that Brad was here to talk about this, is we don't do the other side of ARM, the other side of ATD. So we call it our ARM trial database. We give the option that you can send all of this data into a database, and it is then normalized. It's really split out in a way that tools such as Tableau or Media, whatever they're using and whatever they're providing, they can then visualize this data. And what that does is it allows other parts of the organization to then be involved. What we've heard a lot is they want the accounting groups to be involved, so that they know that when they're getting interim data throughout the season, they know when to pay the cooperators that are doing the research, or the landowners that you're renting the land from, and so forth. They want executive groups to have the ability to see what the research is performing. We've had a lot of push into cloud, where they want the information to be sent to a cloud directly from the CRO. They don't want to have that intermediary step where, if they're hiring out work, or maybe they have that other cooperating university, they want to be able to just send it to the cloud and then have a service that automatically dumps into a database, and then have a tool that visualizes the data. That's really where a lot of these organizations are going. So we don't pretend to be that solution for the other side of the database. We're the solution at the field. We're the solution that you take the notes. It's really a great place, a well-organized tool to do all of this, run some statistics, make some inferences, and then run some summaries. But if you're looking for a group to do the other side of the database, then we want to make sure that we push that into relationships that we have throughout the industry. So that's really what I wanted to present on. I'm going to go ahead and stop shares. Are there any questions about what we do, or
any questions for Kyle?
If not, I greatly appreciate the opportunity to present in front of you guys. I can't wait to get back to the beach.
Yeah.
If that,
I'm right there.
That would be awesome.
Well, thank you, Kyle. Appreciate your insights. Appreciate your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
We do have a question. Kyle, do you have an email address for people to contact? Can you put that in the chat?
Yes, I will do that now.
Awesome.
And you guys, by all means, can contact me directly, or put that here. So
okay. Move on next to Julia. And you should be a co-host, so you should be able to share.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Good to go.
Nice. You guys, I apologize. I have a mechanical keyboard and it is very loud. Okay, I'm Julie Piaskowski, agricultural statistician at the University of Idaho. I want to talk about the variety testing data hub that we've built. what we're working on building. This entire presentation can be accessed here if you want to follow along. The reason, so the reason I wanted to talk about this, I'll just state my goal right out of the gate, is to get variety testing programs to think about putting your data into a public database so people can access it. It sounds like lots of people are already interested in that, and that's just great to hear. As we all know, variety testing conducts, very high, very well-managed trials that produce really high-quality data that has all sorts of usages. Of course, it's a key aspect for the industry for making planting decisions, but there's research applications as well. And it'd just be a crying shame not to preserve all of those data. So in Idaho, we currently have 5 active programs that covers 7 crops. It's grown in over 20 unique environments, that hit at specific agronomic challenges. And then in that, just innumerable sites. And so some of these programs have been running, 10 years or 20 years or 30 years. So we're talking about hundreds of trials, maybe thousands of trials. And so, of course, it's a multi-million-dollar investment that's been funded by, our Ag Research Center, by university funds and commodity groups. So there's definitely a need to safeguard this historic investment. And then, as illustrated in some of the presentations earlier, there is money and time lost when data is not managed properly. So the way that data is currently managed at the University of Idaho and communicated to our stakeholders is how it happens at most other institutions, I suspect. Is that, of course, a number of field experiments are conducted, data are gathered, it's compiled and saved on local systems, and then typically backed up. At the University of Idaho, most of our variety testing managers save it using and manage their data on spreadsheets. And then there's one person using an in-house database. And then that is, those results, of course, are analyzed and summarized in these static reports that are posted online. It's not a bad way to do things. It is effective, but there are some drawbacks, and again, these were discussed earlier that, for any stakeholder looking at those results, it's difficult to ascertain what's happening across years or locations, or even say across traits. If you're a researcher wanting to work with these data and do some analysis, combining data across years can be very challenging for all sorts of reasons. And the data just straight up is not that accessible. It's in PDFs, or it's maybe on individual Excel spreadsheets posted online. And then especially for data that's stored in Excel spreadsheets, on this spreadsheet and that spreadsheet all over the place, the long-term availability of that data is at risk. And, I'm not exaggerating. I have lost sleep just thinking, like, what's happening to this data? Who's saving it? It's so useful. It's so valuable. So our solution was to build a series of access tools. And of course, underlying that is a database. And we had 3 goals that we were trying to enable. One was to allow our stakeholders, growers and industry professionals, to access trial summaries in an interactive fashion. Look at plots, look at trial means, at cultivar means, and then download that information. We also want researchers to be able to analyze the full raw data of trials through all sorts of querying and filtering functions. And then we provide an API, an application programming interface. So researchers mostly can directly access that data through the command line, like through something like R or SAS. This is the only time I'll talk about the API, but you can contact me if you have questions. Okay, so the demonstration. So this is currently our demo. It's actually not accessible to the public. It's password protected while we sort out the IP issues that were mentioned earlier. But one of the first aspects is just being able to look at trials. And here is just all sorts of raw trial data. Each row is a plot. You can download all of it. That would be a lot, but you could. Or you can filter, well, by program. We only have one program in there. By the year, the location, or the different crops. Or the varieties, the drop-down menu. There's quite a lot in here. You could say click on a few things and have a sense of what's going on in there. And then this is some of the results that come up from that. And then these could be downloaded. This is just looking at it in a raw format. So this, and then plot data gives the full record of what was recorded. So some of the traits that we looked at in the row and the range, that's positioned in the field. And they can also look at where the trials are just in a map-based format. So this is southern Idaho, where all these trials are located. And they can access some of the trial data from here. Hello. Of course, when you try to show someone, it always goes a little funky. There we go. So that would be the full data on the trial. And so that's basically how a researcher could access the data. And then we also have saved some metadata records that are pretty extensive. So in this case, one row is an entire trial. And these get pretty extensive. So these are trials managed by Juliet Marshall in southern Idaho, and she tracks a lot of data. And so it's her program, her name, the type of nursery it was, and then everything we might know about that site. Of course, the planting date and harvest date are always valuable information to have. And this speaks to some of the features that Ryan had mentioned, that it can be helpful to look at what's going on at sites, say what happened with planting date throughout the years. They also have a lot of metadata under cultivar as well. And so you can search on the variety or the alias, which an alias is, say, like if it was a numbered line that was eventually released with a new brand name. Search on the year release. These look like years I've already done searches on, and that information was saved. So a few things released in 2002 by some wheat breeders down there, and then the current germplasm owner of that. Then we also have information on seed lot and tutorials, although the tutorials tab is empty. And so this helps get at what researchers might find valuable, like researchers like myself. And then we've also built a data explorer, or at least the beginnings of one. And this is intended to, look at that. And this is intended to, help growers and other stakeholders explore the trials summary. So here's a summary of what's in there now, just 59 trials, most of them irrigated, a few dry land across various locations. Of course, this isn't the same map, but it's the same information. While we sort out what are the best ways to explore this, these data. So there's some drop-down menus to look at the sites and the years. I think I was looking at Soda Springs. There we go. And then you can present the results either analyzed as a standard randomized complete block design, using a linear mixed model, or that same model with spatial covariates. And then we can just look at various traits. So start with yield, that's very popular. And then there's nothing down here now, but click update output and we'll have something. There we go. So this is the raw trial data. This is the actual plot layout by its row and range. And of course, as I hover over the boxes that represent the plots, it indicates the wheat cultivar grown and the block it's in. And then, this is a heat map for yield, where the dark green is high and the white is low yielding. It looks like we have this low yielding corner for some reason. So that's helpful. And then, how did I summarize this? Oh, standard RCBD, okay. And then these are the plot, the estimated marginal means, the plot means that came out of that analysis. And as you hover over them, you can see, of course, the cultivar name that's also over here and its measured value. And then that same value, or those same data are down here. Let's just look at all of them. There we go. And then, they can be sorted, by one at a time. And then this whole data set can be downloaded, I think, just as a CSV. I think these are all downloaded CSVs. Then we also, that's just a simple way of looking at single trials. And then we can also look at single locations. And so that's, all trials within a location. So Aberdeen's a site where there's, gosh, a lot of data, a lot of trials. And then I'll also have it output the least squared means from a spatial analysis. I'll update the output on that. So here are the yearly means just for the entire site, for the entire year within that site. And then the dotted line is the overall means. You get a sense of what was going on a year-to-year basis. And then down here, the program actually will only sort the top 5 years when you have that many cultivars. Otherwise, there'd be 200 cultivars in this, and I think it'll only take the top 50. And then you can hover over and see the different years and get a sense of, well, some of these have a lot of variation and some are a little bit, have a smaller variation in their yield over the years. So that's what, and then this whole thing was built just using R and Shiny, and the code's actually on my GitHub page if someone wanted to look at that. That was a quick demo. So what does it take to do something like this? So the variety testing program needs to provide clean trial data, complete trial metadata as complete as possible, and clean and complete metadata on cultivar. And then you need to typically work with a database specialist who can build the data framework and the web front end. So what data preparation looks like is first assembling the data, then combining, trials, fixing errors, and once that's done, it can be uploaded. These steps are pretty significant in terms of the time that it takes. I have found through my own work, it's about 70% of the total time, and then just a fraction of the total number of hours put into this project, gone to database development, about 13% to building that interactive web app. And what can happen during data prep, at least what can go wrong? So the easy to fix things are finding that data are reported in different units. Sometimes it's really easy fixes like bushels per acre being converted to kilograms per hectare. And sometimes it's, especially with wheat quality data, it might be from different machinery, just pulling out completely different units. Or the data can be gathered from different equipment, say combine yield versus a manually measured yield. And you have to decide, are those equivalent? Some traits can have, the same trait can have a whole multitude of names. Here's some of the spellings we've seen on test weight. And that can just make automated merging of files slower. And then all sorts of data entry errors can occur, commas where there should be periods, S's where there should be 5s, capital O's when there should be 0s, or maybe just a lot of extra 0s when they don't need to be there. Those are actually pretty easy to find and fix. There's a lot of harder things to fix though. When information is lost, and that's especially true the older the data set gets. So things like geolocation where trials were held can be hard to find. And then there's the inconsistent spelling of categorical variables. So here's AP700CL. This is the correct spelling. Here's one incorrect spelling. Here's another incorrect spelling. A human can quickly identify that and see that they are the same. A computer will need to be told that they are in fact the same. And there's just innumerable examples like this. There's also the work of linking a variety with its alias. Again, these are true, like say, numbered lines that were eventually released under a branded name. It's important to tell your database that these are in fact the same germplasm. So that can be extremely time consuming. So despite the challenges of building this, it is worth the effort. And I think that's been demonstrated pretty clearly earlier in that, this is a new way for grower to access it. Not everyone will like it, but some people will. There's no one solution that works for everybody. It increases access for researchers. So that can enable all sorts of research applications, some of which are obvious to us, like say looking at genotype by environment, and some unknown research applications that we could envision. This is a good way to ensure longevity of the data and preserving it by having it in one well-organized place. I think it also will save time on reporting, and that rather than manually importing your data into SAS or R and doing the analysis and outputting it and then cutting and pasting all these tables together for the reports. You can have the tool and still have the reports and just automate that process or automate some aspects of it. So what I've shown you is clearly a demo. It just covers one program, one crop for a limited number of years. We're working on expanding that, first getting all of the wheat data from across Idaho, and then building a Pacific Northwest data hub for wheat, barley, Nebraska oilseeds, cool season legumes, and dry beans. We may be also adding alfalfa and potatoes, although it's unclear. And because these 3 states, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, all have shared agronomic challenges and overlapping cultivars that are grown there. Per the discussions we've had earlier, contact me or maybe Virginia is coordinating this, but I think there's a need to coordinate about some of our data standards on a crop specific level. Which in some ways, these standards are informally established, and so it'd be good just to formally establish, how is yield measured, how is it reported, what's the key information that we need. We're trying to make ours compliant with BRAFI, that's the breeding API. So again, our database can communicate with things like field book, breed base, other applications that are compliant with that. And then this is the team from Washington State University, Oregon State University, and University of Idaho. Most of these folks are variety testing managers. Jennifer Hines is our database guru, and Jacqueline Tay is a data curator. So it would have been great if, us at Idaho or, anywhere else had thought, oh, let's build this database 5 years ago or 2 years ago or 10 years ago, but we're doing it now. And we're going back as far as we feel comfortable with cleaning old data and getting uploaded. And then moving forward is, a great way to start protecting the data. Okay, I'm all done. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Julia? I will say you're absolutely correct. When I went to build the database for our current tool, the amount of mismatches I just had internally for variety names was shocking. And I'm still working through situations where I have traits that are mismatched or some other things. So for me, it was an eye-opening experience building that database to see how inconsistent we've been in naming things.
Yeah, that's actually incredible to hear because yours is managed under a database already, right?
Well, no, we had to develop, we built this from scratch. I mean, Medius was always there, but our data going into Medius, we built into a database from scratch.
Oh, I thought you were managing it like an ARM or something.
Well, we are, but that's on a trial by trial basis. And even within ARM, we have some inconsistencies. So
yeah, I've noticed that even with Agrobase, they'll let you add near duplicate cultivar names and not alert you. And so mistakes happen even when you're trying to be careful.
I do have a question from chat. It says, Julia, do you provide raw data for trials that are ultimately abandoned, or maybe that's not an issue?
If they're abandoned, we probably wouldn't provide it. That actually hasn't come up. We do, in general, provide it regardless of CV. But if the trial was actually walked away from for some reason, you know, like it was flooded, a flock of geese ate a lot of the crop, these have actually all happened, then probably we wouldn't, because that wouldn't be informative, I don't believe.
Any other questions for Julia? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, up next, we have our co-chair, Evan Tortel. Talk about Juniper. I'm just going to butcher everybody's name today. Just
let's see if I can do this here. All right.
Good to go.
Good to go?
Yep.
See if I can. I think it probably stayed on this screen over here. Yeah? Or does it show the presentation?
I'm seeing the default. So the slide with the slides on the side.
Okay. We'll just run through it this way. Well, good morning. I'm Evan Tortel, Sales Account Manager with Harvest Master. I've been with Harvest Master for 7-8 years, and I've been fortunate enough coming to the SCC-33 meetings for the last 4 or 5 years. I don't know about all of you, but I just wanted to reach out and say thanks for supporting us in this endeavor. Ryan's put forth a lot of effort in this, and I know it's not easy to get on Zoom and Skype. We're probably all Zoomed and Skyped out. But this morning, as I was scraping the windows off on the way to the office here, I was sure thinking it would have been a lot nicer to wake up on the beach. So hopefully I'm really looking forward to meeting in person next year somewhere nice, a little better weather. And this has been an awesome experience over the years to get to know everybody, and I just want to thank you for that. Go ahead and get into my presentation. I wanted to go over Meris. Meris is our flagship software, and it does lots and lots of different things, from controlling different hardware to different plugins. There's 2 plugins that I kind of want to emphasis on or focus on today, is the GNSS plugin and our cone planter plugin. Our GNSS plugin does a lot of different things. It'll do field layout. It can trip planters. We can do field applicators or sprayers, up to 21 different booms, throw in the right chemical in the right plot at the right time. We can do GPS note taking, and we can now do combine harvest. Our Meris GNSS plugin is compatible with all NMEA GPS receivers, and it has a really nice display showing what satellites that you're connecting to, and your accuracy within that. Within the field layout option of our software, we've made it extremely easy to go ahead and set A/B lines, map out dimensions of different fields, and you'll just go out there with your GPS, set your A line, set your B line, just as you've done forever in your entire career. And then you can say, I want it this wide, this high, and it'll go ahead and plot it out. We can also do that from within the office. If you have a crew that's going to go out there and do it, or you'd like to do it prior to your arrival, you can do that as well. This is basically just to separate your property that you're renting or that you're utilizing within your organization. So you can go out and flag out your field and then put your plots inside of this. Let's see here. Gotten lost here in my presentation. Where are we at? Because it's not auto advancing. There we go. All right, so we've made it super easy to do field adjustments and layouts. So once that field is created, you can go out to the field and physically and make sure that it's in the right location. So we've given you the option to navigate to each corner. First of all, so if you wanted to navigate to the bottom left corner right here on my presentation, it shows that green corner highlighted, and it shows a distance and a heading to that green corner. As you select any of these corners, it'll show you distance and a heading to each one of those corners, allowing you to set pylons or do whatever. Down here in the center of the screen, it has a green arrow. That green arrow shows you the direction you're headed, and it generally will have a little, if you're moving, it'll have a little red trail mark or trail line that shows where you came from. We've got the ability to adjust the field dimensions. If you get into the field and you say, well, man, we're running into this, or we hit a pivot track, or we need to adjust this way, you can just go ahead and drop down the field adjustment and change the length or the width of the field. We've also got the ability to offset that field. So if you're using a ditch, a road, a fence post, or anything, or a fence line, I guess, and you want to offset that, the width of the implement that the farmer's using, we have the ability to do that as well. Once all of this is completed and you're happy with where you're at, you can go ahead and hit that green check mark in the bottom right-hand corner, and now your map is exportable via KML. You can overlay it on Google Earth if you'd like. The GPS note-taking version is a really cool option that we've spent a little bit more time in as of recently. So what we have is the ability to sort different plots. So if you're looking to take specific notes on specific plots, we can go ahead and do different searches, which in this bottom left-hand screen here with the plot numbers, it will only highlight the ones that fulfill the criteria that you've searched for, allowing you to select a plot, and then it will give you a bearing and a heading to that plot. So gone are the days of getting lost within your fields or looking at stakes and counting plots. This makes it super easy to input data or to do selective note taking. I don't know, there's probably everyone in here is probably anyone who's sat on a harvester has made a couple of mistakes with pressing the enter button, either double pressing the enter button to complete your plot cycle, or not pressing it at all. We all know that has compromised data in the past. And so what we've done is we finally listened to everybody and we've put in auto enter press. So as soon as it passes through the center of alley, which is indicated in this screen by the red dotted line, it will auto close that plot or press the enter button, as all of you guys know that. So hopefully in the future, as long as you're harvesting just like you would plant, you're going to not have those mistakes, the operator mistakes with that enter press. Another great feature that we've added is we've done a trip on distance feature. So with your Harvest Master Way system, you can go ahead and if you look at this plot, and each one of these lines is a distance trip evaluation on these long strip trials or fertility trials. There we go. And what we'll do is if this was every 10 feet, it would cycle the way system every 10 feet, and it would give us a GPS coordinate for when that cycled. What that's going to allow you to do is it's going to be able to see variation through your trip points, and going to add a little bit more in-depth aspect of what your strip trial looks like in different sections. We've also stretched out to, whoops, there we go, the cone planters. And currently right now, we're controlling 3 different gates on a cone planter. This is a traditional cone planter, and I'm sure everybody has a pile of these somewhere. We control the cone gate, and we'll control a staging gate and a marker. Currently right now, we don't control anything with the seed distributor, so that's still all done the same way that every planter has always been done, with probably with the gears and the drag tire traditionally. So as we go through here, one of the key factors we've added into here is the ability to see where you're at. I think that's part of the biggest issue with mistakes being made when planting. So we've created this great interface to see where you're located, and right here in the top right of this screen, it shows that arrow with that trailing red line showing where you're going, the distance to the next trip, so that you know how fast you can get there. But that also allows you to take your next seed packet, look at that seed packet, rip it, dump it, and ensure that it's going to go into the right plot. It's very easy and should allow you to make less mistakes. We can add multiple displays. So if you're struggling with the communication from the combine, the tractor operator versus the planter operator, we can run another display into the tractor for different scenarios. This is another new feature that we have this year as well. We've essentially set it up so that we can run stacked blocks. This is basically block 1, and it's a 4x4 block with standard alley spacing. And then they've separated this out by 10-foot alley. So we can go ahead and stack all those blocks on top of each other, allowing you to make better efficiency of your passes for any equipment that you're running through. So for your planter, for your sprayer, and for your harvester, also with note taking. So we've added a bunch of stuff in here as of recently, and I wanted to keep it a little bit brief, but that's the gist of what I wanted to discuss. Is there any questions on anything like that, or any other questions that I didn't cover?
Any questions for Evan?
All right, well, if not, thank you guys so much, and I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Evan. We are now at our break. So the original schedule had us coming back at 11:30 Eastern. Let's try to be back on by that time if we can. So you got about a 7-minute break.
Hey, Ryan, I think it actually was 11:30, so it's 17 minutes. Is that right? Oh, no, you're right. I apologize.
No worries.
Thanks.
All right, let's go ahead and get started back. Next up on our agenda is Chris from Almaco. Chris, you should have co-host ability.
Okay. Oh, it's not showing me. What are you seeing, Ryan?
I'm just seeing our initials. So if you go to the bottom, there should be a share screen option. There you go.
I don't want that one. Hold on.
Yeah, now I'm seeing your email.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want that one. What I want is that. For some reason, it's not pulling up the PowerPoint.
Yeah, sometimes it'll give you either the option of, if you have dual monitors, give you the option of the monitor. Otherwise, it should give you the option of the program.
There it is. Down. All right.
Can we see it? Good to go.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. My name is Chris Etter, and I'm on the sales team at Almaco. Some of you folks I've had the chance to meet with and work with in the past, and some I haven't. But give you a little background on myself. I've been here for a little over 23 years, almost 24 now, worked in a variety of areas, and now up on the sales team. So what we're going to do today is kind of go through, I'll give you a little introduction to Almaco, take a look at some of the stuff that we have to offer, and then leave it open for some questions. So Almaco is headquartered right here in Nevada, Iowa. We have roughly 200 employees, maybe a little bit more. We're the oldest business in the county that we're based in, here in Story County, and been here roughly 135 years, maybe a little bit longer, but right around there. We are the only US-based research equipment manufacturer, and everything is 100% designed specifically for research, and we do not take crop production equipment and modify it for research any longer. So we have a couple different facilities with over 150,000 square feet of manufacturing space. We run 2 shifts and have practice lean manufacturing, Six Sigma, and some other quality control processes. One of the things I'd like to point out for today, not only is our equipment built safely for you folks, for the end user, but Almaco is one of 8 companies in the state of Iowa that's SHARP certified through OSHA. And right now we are at 1.5 million working hours with no recordable incidents. So something we're pretty proud of. Some quick facts. Almaco commercialized the plot combine in 1972. Fortunately, we're about 6 miles from Iowa State, so it helps to be able to collaborate with some folks locally. We have over 300 repeat customers. We serve 1,000 plus research locations globally, and we have roughly 15 to 20 technicians that travel roughly 1 million miles a year to serve our customers. That's not just here in the US, it's globally. So, as I mentioned, we basically have the largest technical service team in the world. We have locations in Brazil and Argentina, plus based here in the US. For those of you that have worked with us in the past, you know that we are very, we're able to take something, an idea, and turn into a product very quickly. That's because of the engineering staff that we have on hand, and anywhere between 25 and 30 engineers right now. I think we're up to 35 with multiple disciplines, and so if it's something that needs to be engineered and designed quickly, it's something we can do. We also have the industry's largest testing facility. So on your screen, the little small circle on the right is going to be our manufacturing facility here in town. And then just north of us, we own 40 acres where our service department and storage is, plus crop ground that we use for testing new products and things of that nature. So for Almaco, you know, why would you want to go with us? You know, we use standard SAE components, basically bearings, belts, pulleys, things like that that you can get at your local, local auto store or a John Deere case dealer. You know, basically we make everything here in the USA, obviously. We carry a fair amount of inventory here in our main facility. I think the slide's showing about $4 million in parts, which is pretty close. And then we also have another $1 million worth of parts in California that basically during peak season times, if somebody needs a specialty component overnighted, it allows us a little extension on the delivery times. And so one of the things I would like to point out here on this slide is that the very first combine we built in 1972 was the SBC-20, and it is currently still being used in Puerto Rico. So, you know, it kind of attests to the durability of our machines. And if those of you that ran them, you know, they're built like tanks. So one of the other things that I like to point out is options. We're not limited to what we can do as far as putting, you know, different options on combines, planters, seed processing lines, and things like that. So we're still offering, you know, our kind of the standard cone planter configurations, anywhere from 2 rows up to 12 rows, and really we've done other configurations with multiple bigger than 12 rows. You know, obviously you have the kind of the standard old single seat in the middle on the old 2 row. We can do different types of configurations on the platform with trolley systems and such. Mounted, drawn, which is pretty typical. We can also sell these as kits where the customer can install them themselves. And you know, what we've seen here lately is there's been a lot of cone planters getting dug out of the trees somewhere, and so we do offer complete rebuild services. Still, the 31 cell is kind of the standard old cone. We do have some precision cones for those that do require better seed placement and accuracy. We have a lot of folks using them in corn nurseries, things of that nature, but not quite ready to take the jump into a precision planter. So our Seed Pro 360, this is the precision vacuum planter that we do offer. It has a single plate design with a single actuator or a single air cylinder. And basically it's for precise seed or metering into the ground. It is you know, used in multiple crop applications. We have folks using it anywhere from, you know, in their nurseries and you know, up in their standard yield trials, strip trials, things of that nature. Has full field mapping abilities, and we also have the option to do an SMS overlay, which is the plot prescription software add-on. Sorry about that. One of the things too with this system is that your seed populations can be changes can be done on the fly with the mapping or within the 360 software. So some of the software that we do have available that are add-ons, oops, sorry about that, is going to be our field map, which is on the left, which is you know, basically you can set up all your plots at your desk, you know, before planting season, and then it transfers via USB to the control system on the planter. We also have the SMS plot prescription module, which was developed with Ag Leader, and with that, you can basically lay out your crops or your plots in certain locations in the field, whereas you can avoid the you know, some of the you know, pivot tracks and things of that nature. It's, you know, you can download your USDA maps into the Ag Leader system, and then basically your prescription is you know, laid out where you'd like to have it or see it in that field, based on what you know, data you're after. So I do apologize if I'm going through this fairly quick. We are on a shortened time frame here, so I'm trying to get through most everything. Some of the toolbar options, we do have the flexible toolbar row, which where you can vary your row spacing in 1-inch increments or in centimeters. With that particular planter, you can achieve row space from 12 inches up to 40 inches. Our single and double telescoping toolbars have pretty much been the standard for a number of years. With the double telescoping toolbar, we do put in a slipper on the gauge wheel so that that gauge wheel is always centered in between rows 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, just to help reduce compaction against one row versus the other. Other standard options would be your liquid fertilizer, dry fertilizer, and then the new system that we came out with a couple of years ago. It's called the active injection system, where you have a series of tanks and bottles on your planter that, if you were doing, say, some different insecticide trials or fungicide trials, you could choose different rates and different bottles, which would have the different fungicides or whatever chemical it was you were putting on. With that on a seed pro planter, the system will purge within a 30-inch alley, so in less than a second, where you'll have chemical switchover. Some other optional advantages we do have, is if you have say tractor hydraulics or electrical system that's not quite compatible with the planter, we can run things remotely, where we have a full remote hydraulics where it's self-contained. Same with the alternator for the electrical requirements if needed. One of the things that we have done here lately is if you have GPS tripping on any planter, whether it's a cone planter or a C-Pro, we've had a stake sticker out for a number of years and other alley marking systems, whether it be a chalk box or a paint marker. But we've redesigned the stake sticker. And so it's one of those that, you can put it on a cone planter, you can put it on a C-Pro. It can be adapted to other planters, as long as you have an air system and a way to trip it. So we also will do custom grain drills, whether light duty or heavy duty. Being a build to order company, we can pretty much do about anything anybody wants as far as special requests. And most of the grain drills are actually, built per the specification of the researcher, not just a base unit that's bought at a dealer. So kind of our post-harvesting equipment is we do offer a fair amount of pressures, everything from a large, say full plot pressure, and down to a small single plant thresher. There are certain items and certain machines that are designated for specific crops, like our maize or ear corn sheller, and the single ear sheller. And so, but everything can be customized, to meet the needs of a user. And so it's just a matter of, what need to be met. We also have we offer a full automated seed processing line. This one that's in the slide is kind of what I would say is the cream of the crop. It's fully modular. And so there's many different threshers that can plug into, basically it plugs into a trash collection system. And then when they're done using it, they can pull it off to the side in the corner. So this one I would say is maybe a little extreme, but it shows the capabilities. We can do other small seed processing lines, or just have a single thresher with a single pneumatic transfer type thing. So here I kind of want to move into the combines. Check to see make sure we're getting close to our time limit here. So I'm going to buzz through this a little quick. So one of the things we've come up in the last few years has been the floating standard auger head with forced air cleanout. This has allowed, basically for you to harvest your crop a little closer to the ground, especially in soybeans, where you can get within, say, a couple inches from the ground versus the old standard head where you had to kind of bump it up and down and continually, raise and lower to get all the pods off. So with this, you basically set it on the ground and it follows the contour and gets you, those pods that are a lot closer in some of the early stages of soybean maturity. It does have air jet cleanouts, like I mentioned, which basically forces everything into the center of the head. It also helps keep, plots clean and keeps them from contaminating in the next one as you're going into it. And the last thing I want to talk about here quick before we wrap up is going to be the R series combines. We have 3 versions of the R series, with the RX being the newest, the R2 Twin and the R1. All 3 of these are rotor machines and are basically the next combine in the series that we're producing. They are a multi-crop machine, whereas basically it takes very little time to switch from one crop to the next. It cleans out very quickly. The machine itself is going to be about 40% more efficient than I would say a standard combine with a conventional cylinder, mainly because of the rotor. The rotor is about 99 inches long. It takes less torque to turn it, which basically gives you the ability to get into the field sooner with greener stems and stay later in the day. So the cab of the machine is basically the quietest in the industry. We're sitting at right now at about 62 decibels, and this is true for both the R1, for the R1, RX, and R2. You have a 180-degree operator view, which is pretty ideal compared to some of the old machines or older machines where you're limited with the view on the right side. The machines are telematics ready, which basically allows for remote machine monitoring. So somebody sitting back at the office can view what's happening in the machine or even see where it's at in the world. So inside of the cab, this kind of gives you a quick overview. We use the Danfoss +1 operating system for the machine, and it is basically a CAN bus that can be expanded on. And so pretty much we use everything as a one-touch keypad and intuitive controls. And everything really inside the cab is a lot more ergonomic versus some of the old square jobbies that we had on the SBC machines. So the next couple of slides I'll go through quick. That just kind of gives you an idea of some of the live readings that you can take with telematics and what machines are available on. And so these are things that can be monitored remotely. You can sit at your desk with a laptop and see when somebody's when your operators are out harvesting. You can basically check on the machine. And the set points are what the operator would use inside of the cab when he's setting the machine up, as far as say like your airlock speed or your chopper speed and things of that nature. So the dashboard, this is what you can see, and this is just a quick screenshot of. So this is showing our demo machine that we had out last year. It basically shows the location it would be at our main facility. So as you're sitting at your desk, you can monitor the fuel level, depth tank, engine coolant, and many other things that I won't go through everything with them. But so one of the highlights of the series is is that my timer?
Are you still good? Got a couple minutes.
Okay. All right. never mind, I know what it is. So one of the highlights of the R series combine is the ground drive system. It has a dual speed range where you can have harvest speed up to 8 miles an hour in the field, and roughly 20 miles an hour down the road. I've never seen anybody harvest at 8 miles an hour through a plot. The machine will do it without plugging. What you end up with is you struggle keeping it on the rows at that fast in a short amount of distance. And then also part of the ground drive is the advanced Torque King 4-wheel drive, where we use Poclane hubs, and basically each machine or each wheel has its own drive system, so to speak, which gets you around pretty well in sticky situations. So, and my last slide here, before I open it up to a couple quick questions, is just kind of gives you a little better depiction of the rotor. Like I said, it's 99 inches long. You can really run this thing at lower RPMs and versus a standard conventional cylinder, because it's so long. You have that whole 99 inches to thresh with if needed. So we can run it slower, and basically that allows you to harvest more crop and have less seed damage and be more efficient. So that's what I have for today. I do apologize if I was going through it a little quick with the short amount of time, but we do appreciate the opportunity to be able to present with you folks. And if you have any questions, please let me know. We can be contacted at the 3 email addresses on the screen. I would recommend too that if you guys get some chance or a time, go out to the Almaco YouTube channel. We have a lot of different videos of all the equipment running, in the field, and so a lot of things that you saw here are on our YouTube channel.
Any questions for Chris? All right, thank you, Chris.
All right, thanks.
All right, Sally, you are up next, and you should be able to share. Good to go. I think you're still muted though.
Okay, sorry, the buttons move around.
That's a lot of fun.
Okay, so I'm Sally Jones Diamond. I'm a research associate or agronomist at Colorado State University. We're a team of 3 people there. Dr. Jerry Johnson, and then Ed Asfeld is also on our team. And I just wanted to briefly give a very brief overview of what crops we work with and the types of testing that we do, and then throw out some discussion questions on what we provide to seed companies and to farmers, and maybe changes that the different programs have implemented over the last few years. So I'm hoping to get some discussion back. So our main crops that we work with, our biggest one is winter wheat. We work very closely with the wheat breeder and the breeding program at Colorado State University. We also work with oil and confection sunflowers, pinto beans, grain sorghum, corn, and then to a lesser extent, forage sorghum, winter canola. We've started working on cowpeas last year, and we've worked on camelina on and off over the years. And then this is just a map of the state. We mainly have, almost all of our trials are in eastern Colorado, in the Great Plains. The western half of the state is mountainous, so we don't do very much out there, except for at a couple research stations on the western slope. All the blue pins on that map are winter wheat sites, and then the other colors are corn. Corn is kind of the coral color, and green and purple we have milo, and yellow is our sunflowers. So we have quite a few sites. We had 38 trials last year. So we mainly do the performance trials, and then we'll do agronomy trials looking at maybe seeding rates or row spacing or fertilizer type stuff. And then in the last few years, we've done more and more seed treatment trials or soil amendment type stuff. So just a quick overview of some of the questions that I want to discuss with the larger group, and hopefully I'll have some input from you all, is, are we meeting farmer and seed company needs? What do they want to see? How are those needs changing over time? And then maybe what are some new testing opportunities for us? So as far as farmer needs, the way I see it at least is providing unbiased and timely cultivar recommendations for them. So a lot of the decisions for crop planting are being made within a month or two of harvest, usually earlier, especially if we're talking about like winter wheat. And allowing them to see how new cultivars are competing with known cultivars that maybe they've planted for the last few years, or popular ones. So making sure that we get new hybrids that are, and old ones, check hybrids, right, that are useful. And I don't know why it keeps automatically going forward. Anyways, and then also providing unbiased information on new technology traits or products. So for example, herbicide tolerant sorghum, there's a lot more of that coming out recently. The seed treatment products from companies like Indigo. And for us, we are looking at wheat stem soft fly resistant or tolerant wheat using semi-solid and solid stems. And so how do we expand our audience reach? What are we not providing to farmers that we should be? There's been a lot of talk today about databases, which I think is awesome. I want to expand what we do on that. And then as far as seed company needs, their needs might be a little bit different. So in my mind, they want more reliable trials to test or show product adaptability to a region that we're testing in, allowing the company reps to get to know new products that they may have across our environments. Again, comparing current selection of products to the new ones. And then also assisting breeding programs with screening new lines, and then providing unbiased data on the new technology traits or products. And those may or may not be published, and we want to focus on providing quality data. And so what else can we offer companies to provide that value? And so what I want to throw out to you all is, what changes have you all made in your programs in the last few years based on farmer feedback or company feedback? And what are some new testing opportunities that you all see, or maybe you've had in the last couple of years? For us, it's been the ag biologicals with the biofertilizers, pesticides, and stimulants. We haven't tested all of those, but it's an expanding market, and it's something that we're going to try and meet those needs. So yeah, I'm really hoping to hear from you all, either in the chat or unmute yourselves if you would.
Does anybody have any things that they've done to expand their opportunities for their program they want to share? So I'll kick this off a little bit. So one thing that we've done is to try to support our agronomists within the university, not only on just field plots that they're doing, but also on grants that they're writing. So this gives us an opportunity then to integrate into things like fungal endophyte detection across crops, which has some downstream impact for growers and gives us some industry opportunities where if industry partners are looking to test for those products, or if they're looking to integrate with that grant proposal. So for us, it's really been about leveraging what we already do as an OVT and seeing if we can't use that same expertise to provide additional value to grants. So that's what we do at NC State. Does anybody else have anything else?
Ryan, I would add that something that I've done in Kentucky. Kentucky is the #1 producer of beef cattle east of Mississippi. And so since I do corn for grain, we added the silage test officially last year. We've had UK's done a silage test for a few years through a few county agents, but we brought that in-house last year and trying to streamline the process and ultimately try to expand our reach to a larger clientele.
Here in Tennessee, we've been trying to do more with for the smaller crops that people might be interested, like hemp or indigo or mustards. And so it's not something that we plan on doing every year for the foreseeable future, but it's stuff that people are interested in right now, and having a few years of data that we can put out an extension publication on, I think is useful. And then we've also added cover crop trials to our program, which I think has had a lot of interest. And that one we do plan to continue on an annual basis.
That's great. Thank you.
So here at University of Georgia, for the last 2 years, we've been testing maturity group 4 soybeans. It was something that was of interest to a lot of the farmers, and we were getting feedback from the county agency. I mean, there was a lot of interest there. See, historically, we've always done 5 through 8s. And, if you went back, 50 years, they were mostly 7s and 8s. And what we've seen, at least in Georgia, is as the wheat acreage has declined over time, there's less and less interest in those 6s and 7s. And especially in the 8s. And so we seem to be seeing a shift towards those earlier maturities. And so that's why we started, testing them about 2 years ago. And I mean, they've yielded pretty well. I mean, you can tell that they're not as well adapted, but it's been pretty fun to get to work on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Along the same lines, I do want to mention that we have looked at wheat quality. I know that's something that, particularly in Colorado, you're already looking at by default, but it was a situation for us in the Southeast where typically our growers aren't necessarily growing for milling quality. But we were able to partner with our agronomists and put together a wheat quality analysis lab for NC State to help serve those needs. And that's kind of opened some other doors for us, looking specifically at quality, which is important not only for our growers, but for the industry partners too. So, anybody else? All right. Thank you, Sally.
Yeah, thank you.
Up next, we got Peter from Wintersteiger. Peter, you should be a co-host. You should be able to share your screen. Now I'm seeing, yeah, there you go. Good to go.
Okay. All right, so first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be able to present our products here in this group. For me, it's the first time. Usually, Brandon Jorgensen, our sales and service manager from the South, attended to this meeting, but he is on the road this week. So I'm Peter Hofbeuner. I'm the US sales manager here for Wintersteiger Seed Mech division. I'm located in the Salt Lake City office where our headquarters is. I'm with Wintersteiger since 20 years now, and I'm in my 3rd year here in the US. So today I would like to talk a little bit about 2 machines that we recently introduced into the market. The first one is our new Quantum Pro single plot combine. So the main goals with this development were, we want to replace our existing Delta plot combine, which was our biggest combine in the fleet, with an even more powerful machine. So we realized the increase in yield in corn. That's why we put a lot of efforts into this development to make it capable of cutting high yielding corn as well. So some main features are a very big grain tank, and in combination with a sample storage system. We offer wide headers for multiplication plots as well. And then the machine comes with very tall tires and high ground clearance for most versatility. And certainly it features all the features from the regular Quantum. So basically the Quantum and the Quantum Pro can come out of the same family, and they share most of the technology. Only the Quantum Pro is a bigger version of it. To go a little bit more in detail, we are using a very powerful Deutz 3.6 liter diesel engine, which provides 115 horsepower. That's plenty of power for this big machine. So it features a 40-gallon fuel tank and 3-gallon DEF tank. That is plenty of fuel for a full day harvest without the need to refuel on the field. And certainly the engine is EPA certified. So the machine can be equipped with 2 different grain tanks. The standard grain tank is the 48 bushel or 1700 liter grain tank, which is the biggest one we offer. Or we can include a 40 bushel grain tank in combination with a sample storage system. So in case you have an in-cabin sampling system, we can utilize the space behind the cabin and in between the grain tank for a sample storage system. So there is a conveyor belt across the whole width of the machine, and that way you can store your boxes with the samples outside of the cabin, and you don't have a mess inside the cab with boxes stacking up. At the end of the field, you have push buttons outside to move the conveyor belt to drop one box after the other to the outside of the machine. Then some features of the grain tank are, all the grain tanks have a bottom flap for easy cleaning. So there's a lever on the outside of the machine that opens the bottom of the grain tank to clean it completely between varieties. Additionally, you can pull out this cross auger here to re-clean with some compressed air for cleaning as well. So a big feature is also the fast unloading time. So for a full grain tank with 48 bushels, we only need 2.5 minutes for unloading. That saves a lot of time, and you will be more efficient during the whole day with cutting plots. The standard unloading height is 12 feet, but we also offer extended unloads augers depending on your needs. So the next feature are the tall tires. We offer 2 different tire options. The standard tires with 340 millimeters wide, or Terra tires 405 millimeters wide for better traction. Additionally, for rice harvest conditions or very moist conditions, we offer a half-track system on the front axle in combination with a real 4-wheel drive and very aggressive rear tires to make the machine easy to maneuver in muddy conditions. And the machine features 14-inch ground clearance, which should give you plenty of clearance going through irrigation tracks or small ditches and so on. So there is a huge variety of new headers available. So we offer our Uniflow platform header with OptiFlow technology up to 2 meters. All our new headers feature the split intake auger for better material flow and better visibility to the sickle section. On top of the sickle section, we have our so-called stumbling step that makes a nice separation between plots and reduces the contamination, since there are no seeds, since there can no seeds stay on top of the sickle bar. All headers are available with 4 or 5-bed drill and with manual or horizontal reel adjustment. Just recently, we developed a special sunflower header that is capable of cutting sunflowers with as less stalk as possible. Since the stalk moves into these slots, then there is an auger inside to move the head against the counter blade up here, and only the head is cut and fed into the machine. Additionally, we offer a row crop header based on John Deere row units and the traditional Gerinhof corn headers with different chopper options. So the Quantum and the Quantum Pro offers the most comfortable cabin in the industry. So our cabin is 70-inch wide to fit 2 persons easily. The driver is a little bit offset to the right side to provide enough space for the operator taking the samples. The noise level is below 76 decibel, which is quite less. For example, a human voice is around 90 decibel. So you can talk with the driver and the operator without yelling at each other by no means. So our combine features a tip-over protection structure for the cabin, and that's the only combine in the industry that has this certification to provide additional safety for the driver and the operator. And all the controls are on our color display. So you can set your drum speed, your cleaning fan speed, and sieve settings and concave clearance on the color display. And certainly the multi-function lever to drive the combine is integrated into the armrest, and it's not with a traditional solid cable. We have an electronic system to trigger the driving hydraulic pump. So one of the biggest features of the Quantum combine product line is the automatic ele management. So basically, you can drive the combines through the field just with the push of one button. So the multifunction lever has a red button here in the front, and that's called the cycle button. So assuming you're driving through the field, so you are harvesting your first plot and you are driving, as soon as you're in the alleyway, you only push the red button. So you do not move your multifunction lever back to 0. You're leaving in the driving position and just push the button. The machine stops automatically. It will lift the header, lower the rein, start the header cleaning with compressed air nozzles on the header. After that, there is a short delay to allow the material passing through the thresher. After that, the cleaning sieve, the sieve will be cleaned. So the pneumatic lamella sieve will open all the way, and the cleaning fan blower will go to maximum RPM to blow out any chaff throughout the rear. After that, we have radar sensors in our seed delivery tube to the cyclone. So this sensor detects if there are still seeds approaching to the weighing system. So if no seeds are approaching anymore, the weighing system is triggered automatically. So and the advantage here is that the sensor really cuts down your cycle times, because it looks if seeds are approaching. If not, it triggers the weighing system and you are good to go. So you push your button again and the machine starts driving with the same speed, and header and reel are certainly in the previous position automatically. So literally only what you need to do is push the button twice in the alleyway. So to separate the seeds from the airflow, we use our patented airfoil separators. So the system here is the air and seeds mixture goes up the delivery tube, then the seeds, they stay at the edge of the cyclone here, they get deflected into the container downstairs, and the air follows the air wing shaped metal plate inside. So it's like the principle on an airplane wing, that the wind sticks to the wing and the material and the seeds are deflected down. It really doesn't matter how this container looks below here. It can be anything. The advantage here is it provides additional cleaning, and seeds do not rotate inside and grind up. Okay. So now I want to move on to the second machine I want to talk about today. It's our new plot row motion electric driven plot drills. So this is our new modular system of completely electronic controlled drill seeders. We offer a variety of different frames. So we have the traditional 3-point frame, and we also offer a new pull type frame. Unique with this pull type frame is it has 3 hydraulic cylinders now, so 2 on each wheel carrier and 1 on the toolbar, and that way the whole planter lifts horizontally to the ground. It does not tip forward anymore, and it reduces the danger that something falls down from the seeder, or also it's a very uncomfortable feeling when the whole seeder tips forward while lifting. Additionally, we offer a kit that can be installed on any local frame as well, just containing the essential parts for seeding. So we offer 2 very user-friendly control systems. The standard control system is the 5-inch color display called the eMotion. On this one, you can set your plot lengths and alley lengths and also make plot programs. For example, you can have in one pass, you can have 10 ranges with a short alleyway, and every 10th range, you have a bigger alleyway to be able to go through with the tractor for spraying or things like that. That's possible also with the small display. The Easy Plant Control Units offers a bigger screen. All your plots are better visualized, and you have the possibility to plan your plots in the Easy Plant Office software on your office computer, laptop, and transfer the data with the USB thumb drive to the seeder. Additionally, you have the possibility to import data for a variable fertilizer rate in order to change the fertilizer application from plot to plot. So we offer different type of openers. The most common openers we use is the Great Plant 00 for prepared or minimum till conditions, and the AcraPlant ADU openers for non-till conditions. Certainly, we are also open to integrate any opener you desire. Right now, we are designing a seeder with the John Deere 90 series double disc openers as well. So we are really flexible in that term. Additionally, there are different fertilizer and pre-cutting discs available. So we do have a shoe opener, fertilizer opener. We have a double disc fertilizer opener, a single disc fertilizer opener, and we also have heavy-duty Jetta pre-cutting discs for non-till conditions. So that's how a non-till opener system could look like in combination with staggered AcraPlant openers with dual springs for highest down pressure and the Jetta wavy blade pre-cutting discs in front. So we also can equip the seeder with multiple candy boxes. So we have the 100-pound candy boxes and the 45-pound candy boxes available, and we can install them in the front or in the rear or a combination of both on the seeders. And they can be used for fertilizer, microgranulates, or even continuous planting. So they are very versatile since they come with different metering wheels depending on the variety or seed size you're planting. So, all right, so in terms of service, Wintersteiger has 5 own locations throughout North America. We have service technicians in each location, and we stock the most common spare parts in each location. Certainly parts are available for overnight shipping in case you need them immediately. We are also welcome to work with your local ag dealership if you have service with them already, and we can train them on our machines, and they can provide basic service on our combines as well, since each ag dealership is capable of doing work on combines and planters. So I think my time is over. So I would thank you guys for your attention. If there are any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
Thanks, Peter. We have a couple of minutes. Does anybody have any questions for Peter? All right. Thanks, Peter.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Up next, we'll have Drs. Ray Jones and Green talking about the inclusion of non-BT hybrids in OVT tests. So I think Ray Jones is sharing. Yep. Should be good.
Hey, Ryan, we want to thank you and Brad Stansel for getting us on the program. Dr. Ray Jones is going to go through some slides on the importance of a refuge, non-BT refuge, and what that means for resistance management. And it concerns corn and cotton and other crops that certain species feed on across those crops. And he's going to talk to you just a little bit about refuge, and we'd really like to just ask all the OVT coordinators to consider requesting non-BT corn entries in corn OVTs. Brad has done that officially this season and offered, I think he offered one non-BT hybrid for free with 2 paid BT varieties or hybrids, and we just don't see enough of these options in our OVTs for our growers to select from to plant these refuge options. So anyhow, Dr. Ray Jones is going to talk a little bit about getting these hybrids into OVT. So go ahead, Dr. Ray Jones.
Thanks, Jeremy, and appreciate the invitation for us to speak to the group today. And so, as Jeremy said, you know, non-compliance is a huge issue right now with this non-BT refuge, and it's driving resistance to BT toxins in some of our key pests. And so I'm going to just talk briefly, maybe 10 minutes, about why this is a big deal. So insects are really good at developing resistance, right? And probably the greatest perceived threat to BT crops is resistance. And the only thing that can be done right now, other than making it a choice not to plant BT crops, is to plant a non-BT refuge. And so, just as a very brief recap, the role of the refuge is to generate or produce insects that are susceptible to BT toxins. And should there be any survivors on the BT crop, those may mate with the insects coming from the refuge, and that would help to dilute any resistance genes in the target insect populations. And so this approach was developed for European corn growers. And we've been growing BT corn since '96, and the European corn grower was the initial target of this technology. And it's working really well. About 25 years later, we had our first case of resistance in European corn borer to Cry1F a couple of years ago in Nova Scotia. But other than that, in general, these BT traits work really well for European corn borer. And the refuge, as we all know, can be planted, you know, within strips in a field, a block on the side of a field, within a field, or in another field half a mile from the BT corn. And so the initial traits were single toxin products. So they only expressed one single toxin for the target pests. And in general, these are no longer used in much of the US. And they've been replaced by what we call pyramids, traits that have multiple BT toxins. And as you can see on this table, there are a very limited number of BT toxins used in corn. And when we look at some of our main insect pests targeted by BT corn here in the south, they are fall armyworm and corn earworm. Now, fall armyworm, they have to migrate from South Texas, South Florida, the Caribbean every year. So what we do to manage resistance has less of an impact if we assume that none of those insects survive. But corn earworm is our #1 problem right now. And so there's resistance to all of these cry proteins. And the only protein we have, which is very good for earworm, is this VIP toxin, which is expressed in Syngenta's products, in Pioneer's hybrids, and also in DeKalb. And so BT products in corn can control a number of different pests. So in the Midwest, you know, corn rootworms are a big issue. There are several corn borer species as well as for armyworms and cutworms. But earworm is the most common pest, and every field, right, has earworm in it, is present. And it overwinters here, and we have a generation on wheat hosts. But once that corn is silking, it's very attractive for moths, and it's the main crop host in the landscape that's available at that time. So a lot of our populations are being funneled through corn, where there's a generation before moving on to other crops such as cotton and soybean. And this is the problem, because it moves on to cotton, where nearly all the cotton is Bt. It expresses the same or very similar Bt toxins as corn. And we have the new triple gene products, which also have the same or very similar VIP toxin as that's in corn. And so there's a lot of selection pressure, and it's increasing with this VIP toxin across our landscape, across multiple generations. So when we see resistance problems in corn, it echoes in the issues we're seeing in cotton later in the season, where earworm, which is called bollworm in cotton, is a major economic pest. Now, as you know, in corn, it tends to be a minor pest, if at best, and in most cases, it does not impact yield, because the feeding remains on the silk and on those undeveloped kernels on the tip. And only under rare occurrences do the larvae go down that ear and feed on kernels. And there's a number of studies showing no impact on yield. And we've shown that a few years ago with Dominic Reisig in North Carolina and myself. We did not show any significant decrease in yield as kernel injury increases when we plant trials within our recommended window from mid-March to mid-April. Now, the later you plant, you're putting yourself at a higher risk from pressure from some of these pests. But most of our growers do not plant that late, and therefore only rarely see significant earworm pressure. And our colleagues in Mississippi did a study where they artificially removed kernels on a corn plant to see how many it took before they could measure a decrease in yield. And it wasn't until they got to 60 kernels per ear damaged that there was a significant decrease in yield. And 60 kernels is an awful lot. That would require very heavy earworm pressure that we just generally don't see in our fields. But despite this, most of our corn, of course, is transgenic, and resistance has developed to a number of different insects across the world. But here in the US, the corn earworm, of course, is the big problem for us. And just to illustrate changes over time, in my program, we do small plot work every year where we compare near isolines of Bt and non-Bt corn. And if we look, for instance, at the reduction in kernel injury from a double pro hybrid over time, when it was first, or prior to being commercialized, we did some trials, and for the first few years after commercialization, we had generally 95% control compared to a non-Bt isoline. And starting in 2014, and this is true in South Carolina, but also in many other states in the southern US, we saw a lot more variability in efficacy. And right now in double pro, it can look very good in some fields, but in other fields, it can look just as bad as a non-Bt hybrid. So this is a major concern, and we saw similar things with Intrasec, with Pioneer, and of course, all the single gene products. And so when we do small plot work, for the past few years now, the only technology that, or toxin that looks very good, as I mentioned, is VIP3A, expressed here in this Leptra hybrid, also Intraceptor and Agrishore Viptera. We occasionally see maybe one ear out of 100 or 200 with damage, but in general, it looks really good for us still. So lack of compliance is widespread, right? And there are many different reasons. Certainly lack of available non-Bt hybrids is one of them, lack of marketing by seed companies. There are other problems that can occur, planting with growers and so forth. There's also a perception that non-Bt corn hybrids yield less than Bt hybrids. And this is, of course, what the OVTs could address by including these refuge ears. So there'll be a number of different ideas put forward, as ways to increase compliance. But we think that including these non-Bt hybrids and OVTs would really be helpful. And so seed companies have offered to provide a small number of non-BT hybrids, but they're not willing to include them, this is my understanding, to include them in OVTs with other BT hybrids, because they're concerned that it'll make them look bad. And this may be true if there is significant corn borer pressure, but in many cases, and certainly where I am in South Carolina and in other southeastern states, they would only rarely suffer from yield loss from insects.
Yeah. So you went in the, you looked up the equipment, and then you opened the service notifications via the equipment, I guess.
So I think the microphone might be on, Peter. Anyway, this is my last slide. Oh, sorry, I do have another slide. So we know that compliance is widespread, right? And so this is a survey done from a few years ago, asking growers prior to planting, do they intend on planting refuge corn? And you can see that a lot of growers said no or maybe. And I want to emphasize the real value of planting refuge. And insecticide resistance management plans are developed using mathematical models, right? And so this was a study that came out a few years ago that if we can increase compliance rate from 50 to 100%, we would increase durability of BT corn for this pest by 9 years, right? So this is tremendous. And we are years away from new traits in corn and cotton for above ground pests. I'm going to guess it might be, I mean, 5 years would be the bare minimum. It's probably more likely a decade before we're going to see a new trait for bollworm and earworm. And so this is a major concern, and we need to preserve the technology we have. And VIP is the only toxin we have which is doing well. And it's going to be planted more and more in our landscapes. And so planting refuge is absolutely crucial. And so we think definitely including them in OVTs and emphasizing in our extension programs, the value of planting refuge is important. And with that, Jeremy, do you have any other comments to add here?
No, that pretty much covers it. I mean, in a nutshell, we share, cotton shares a lot of the same BT traits, similar traits with corn. Corn earworm is not an economic pest of corn, but it is of cotton. And we basically need to preserve these traits for cotton. So planting the refuge is basically the only thing our growers can do, and we need to save some of these new BT traits that are pretty much the last, they're the Alamo for resistance on corn earworm, VIP being the one we're talking about. So it's just important, and our growers pick the corn hybrids they're going to grow from looking at the OVTs and looking at yield. And we think these non-BT hybrids, we have data that shows they yield just as well in our system. So we're just trying to get them in OVTs.
I'll just mention, Jeremy, refuge in a bag, which is used in the Midwest as a resistance management tool. It is not authorized in the southern states because ear feeding pests like corn earworm are more abundant, and earworm is also a pest of cotton. And so when you have a BT plant surrounded, or a non-BT plant surrounded by BT plants, you have, of course, cross-pollination that occurs. And that refuge plant will be expressing sublethal doses of BT toxins, which may lead to an acceleration of resistance development. So it doesn't look like we will getting blended refuge here in the South, mainly for that reason.
Yeah, that helps answer that question in the chat about rib.
Now, mycotoxin, there's a question on mycotoxins, and yes, they can. So for aflatoxins, insects are just one of many factors that influence aflatoxin levels, and this is my understanding. And so it's hard to associate sometimes ear injury from earworm with aflatoxin levels, and whether BT hybrids can help to reduce that or not. I think for other kinds of mycotoxins, there's maybe a stronger association, but it is very variable, and there are plenty of other factors that are involved.
I know from our point of view that this has been kind of particularly with our work with Dominic, This has been a focus of ours for the last 2 years. We've put in requests for non-PT, just a straight non-PT trial, which didn't really go anywhere. But I think there's opportunities moving forward on a very targeted basis to start pulling some of these non-PT hybrids in. I know, coming from a company, I know the company perspective on this is that either they don't have it that's matched well with germplasm they have out already, or B, it may not be the opportunity for sale that it is for a BT hybrid. But I think we're going to be very targeted, and I know we're working on a project with Dominic right now to look at just some targeted hybrid pairs to start that conversation. Because I think once growers start seeing that data coming in OVT tables, they're going to start asking the next question of their reps, which is, okay, I see these hybrid pairs from Pioneer. Where is your non-BT hybrid pair? Because I'm being asked to plant a non-BT refuge. That's really been the hard part for them, is that the supply has just not been there. If they go to their retailer to ask for a non-BT hybrid, outside of a straight conventional, it's really not been a paired situation with what they're already growing. So I think there's opportunities for us to include that moving forward, at least on our side.
Absolutely. I think the neo-isolines that we use that are fairly similar in our research trials, they're not always available for a grower when they're picking an elite variety or hybrid at a dealer. There might not be an equivalent non-BT, that's my understanding, and they're just hard to find.
Right.
Yep.
Any other questions for Drs. Green and Ray Jones?
Hey, Ryan, this is Brad. I just want to say thank you to both of them for doing our presentation today. And then I'll just add that the only way we got participation this year was to actually offer to the companies that they could enter one non-BT hybrid for free. And so we allowed them to do that. And I responded in the comments there that we did have 6 out of 11 companies participate. So we got 6 non-BT hybrids going in our test this year, which is about 10%. We got 63 total entries. So that's how we got them interested, at least so far. We'll see how it goes in the future, but this is the first time we did the same as you and offered just a straight non-BT. We had 0 interest, basically. We had one guy enter, so we didn't have it. But that's how we've gotten it so far, and hopefully we can continue to do this and try to help encourage the companies to offer these to our growers.
Well, I think I honestly think it's important that these are integrated with the actual BT test as well. Because that's a more apples to apples comparison than it would be if we had a non-BT test. Because a non-BT test, people are going to look at it and say, okay, that's all non-BT hybrids. I can't really compare it back to things with BT in it. But I really like your approach. I like your idea there, and I think that's something that we're going to try next year. Is the one for every 2 to see if it bite. I think once there's enough interest on the grower side, this will start snowballing, particularly if that data is available through OVT, through trialing groups.
Right. I think so too. I hope so.
Any other questions?
Brad, I think it's great that you've got almost 10% in non-BT hybrids in the test. That's fantastic. And if those are just bolded or highlighted or something like that to show that they're refuge options when you put the yield information together, I think it's going to show that those are some viable options, and they've got herbicide packages. It's just they just don't have BT, so it's fantastic. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we'll do something like that. We'll asterisk them or something like that, and put a footnote that those are non-BTs when we publish the data.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate both of you doing that.
Sure. Thank y'all. All right. So we are now on break for lunch. I will see everybody back. I'll of course keep this meeting going, so it'll still be live, but I'll see everybody back here at should be 2 p.m. Eastern. Let me just confirm that. So yeah, everybody back at 2 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll get started again. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Bill, you want to try it out?
Yeah, let me share my screen and see how the audio sounds here.
Okay.
Do you need more volume?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to be talking about wheat variety differences in Metribuzin tolerance.
One more.
Varieties have been. How's that last setting?
Maybe one more level up. Yeah, that does.
Shown to be potentially susceptible.
Yeah, that should be.
That okay?
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Bill, well, I got you here. I was told that we're going to have to put a report together. Is that something that the chair would usually do, or?
I normally put that together.
Okay.
And let's see. We can talk about that at the meeting, but
sure.
But Robert, normally Robert actually submits that to MISS.
Yeah.
But we will compile our minutes from the meeting and we put in our attendees and a few other things, send it to Robert. Robert will send it to MISS. So.
Okay. Yeah, I just was curious. I'd gotten a question about who was compiling that. So.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and work with that. And often I work with Debbie on that too. So.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep, sure.
Ryan, good afternoon. How you doing?
Good, Jens. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Can I also check if I can share my presentation?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're up first, so go ahead and share if you want to.
Okay. You deactivated that.
Did I deactivate you?
Yeah, I went in with another computer. Maybe should I go out with the other one?
Oh, I see. I got you.
Okay, cool.
Okay, try that.
Yes, sir. Yep. You know what you're doing.
That's after a lot of mistakes, I figure it out.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yep. You got everything good to go. So
yeah,
start probably in about 8 minutes or so.
Oh, sure. No worries.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started back. Jens is up first with Zurn. Jens, you should be good to go. You're muted though.
Can you hear me, Ryan?
Good to go.
Okay, I left a few people in while I was allowed to, so I hope that's okay. Yeah, okay, no Russian spies or anything bad. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Ryan and Evan, first of all, for setting this whole thing up here. Ryan, thank you for leading us through the whole day already. Really appreciate it. You did a wonderful job here. You did a really good job with dealing with people who didn't upload their presentation on time. For example, myself. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Jens Wohlfahrt. I'm right now in Hampton in Texas because I'm on a trip, but I live in Maple Grove in Minnesota. I'm working with Zurn now since 2013, and I'm in the United States since 2015. I absolutely love it here. I love to travel from coast to coast, and I really enjoy our industry here. Every day I learn something different, so I really like what I'm doing. Today, I want to start with remembering Dr. Hans-Ulrich Hege. Hans-Ulrich Hege, he was the engineer who developed the very first plot combine in 1959. Dr. Hans-Ulrich Hege died about 3 weeks ago. And since we from Zurn are very close to the company Hege still, and I'm pretty sure most of you know still old Hege equipment or maybe still use it, I wanted to take a few minutes and just remember him and show what he did over the years. Here on the left, you can see the very first plot combine, or one of the very first plot combines ever built. In the bottom, you see the Hege Seed Research Farm and Factory. So in the very back was the factory, in the front was the seed research farm. He also was a farmer himself, he owned fields. And on the right-hand side, you see him sitting on one of his planters. This one here, we found that, or my colleagues in Germany found that after going through older files to prepare a speech. On the left side, very interesting, you see the sales list of the Hege 125B from 1974. So here on the left side, you see the different countries where they sold Hege equipment in 1974. And nowadays, when we sell equipment, we use iMessage, we use Zoom, we use email. That was all not possible in 1974, but still that company was already able to sell several plot combines to the United States, to Australia, to all over the world. So it's very hard for me to imagine how they all went at that time. Here on the right side, this is a picture also from 1975. An old Hege 125 pulled by a GM Opel record. That brand is no longer with the GM factory, but at that time, this was an American car pretty much in Germany. We will remember Hans-Ulrich Hege as a seed researcher, as an engineer, and as a successful businessman. So let's go from the past to the future. Since there are quite a few new people here this time, I included a few slides again to introduce the company Zurn. Zurn started in 1875 as a blacksmith company, and then step by step went into a tractor dealership. And since 1953, Zurn is a John Deere dealership. Today, Zurn is the third biggest John Deere dealership in Germany. Since the late 80s, we are producing cutting platforms for John Deere. So we produce headers and then we sell them to John Deere. John Deere sells them worldwide. They also sell quite a few here in the United States, especially for direct silage in Kansas. Since 2004, we restarted the field research equipment technology in the old Hege factories, as I already mentioned. In the last 3 to 4 years, Zurn started to create a fourth division focusing on mechanical weeding. In Europe, as if you have ever been to Europe, we're very green. So France, for example, they will ban glyphosate in 2024. And I'm sure several other countries will follow, including Germany. If you have been to Europe lately, you will see that yeah, we're also very green in all other industries. In Norway, for example, 75% of the new cars are now electric, which makes Tesla, of course, very happy. That is one of their best markets. Here in our new division, we have right now 3 main products. One is a camera-guided weeding equipment called Garford RoboCrop. So here with camera guidance, we weed through fields, corn, soybeans, corn, wheat, but we also have this type of equipment for vegetables. The product in the middle is called Seed Terminator. The Seed Terminator kind of like terminates the weeds which come out of a combine. And on the right side, we have a product we call Top Cut Collect. With the Top Cut Collect, we cut taller weeds which are above the normal crop. This is where all of our factories are. If you know Europe, then you know that even though this looks pretty big, it is not pretty big. Most of our factories are here in this yellow dot. We have one a little bit further north in Germany, but if you want to drive from the 2 yellow dots to each other, it's about a 3-hour drive. So we have a very small country. This is where we sell field research equipment all over the globe. So after we already saw that Hege was able to sell all over the world, also Zurn is able to sell all over the world. In the United States, we are right now active with field research equipment in 24 states. We work with several land-grant universities. Our headquarters in Minnesota, in a town called Brooklyn Park, very close to Minneapolis. And since late last year, we started to have a little sub-branch in northern Texas, taking care of the South. Let's talk a little bit more about field research equipment. As I already mentioned, we have our roots in the old company Hege, but that doesn't mean that we didn't learn from the mistakes the company did. When Zurn restarted the field research equipment in the old Hege buildings, our R&D department was a mix of John Deere engineers and Hege engineers. The John Deere engineers tried to implement whenever they could John Deere parts. The Hege engineers realized that the equipment was at some parts built a little bit too light, especially for the North American market where equipment got trailered all over the place. So thanks to all of the things they learned over the years, we were able to create new equipment, better equipment, and we're selling this now globally since 2004. In 2021, we have now a new product portfolio for all research needs, including plot combines, plot seeders, fertilizer spreaders, tool carriers, and weighing systems. We offer everything from the very basic machine to a fully equipped combine, including NIR, including weighing system. Our equipment is built like a modular set. So for example, if you're interested in one of our plot combines, we have over 160 different options for them. So first of all, we need to learn about what you actually need, and then we can create the equipment based on your requirements. I had to learn that also when I came over here. Each research program kind of like does things a little bit differently. So most of our combines, which we get over here, all look different based on the needs of the different programs. I want to go through here a little bit quicker this time, especially through our plot seeders. Most important message is we have plot seeders. We have all type of variety plot seeders. We use very often openers from a company from Kansas called Shield Ag. Their product is called Aquaplant Openers. And if you're interested in an opener, please let in a planter, please let us know. I don't want to go too detailed into this. You can get your own impression here real quick with the pictures. Also, since about 7 years now, we have fertilizer spreaders. We have quite a few of them also here in North America. Variable rate, different widths, different tank sizes. This is also all the information I show you here is exactly like that on our webpage if you want to get a few more details about it. Other technology is mainly our tool carrier, our high clearance tool carrier, where you can put a fertilizer on or canola dividing equipment. canola swather. And then on top of that, we of course have stationary equipment as well. Let's talk a little bit about our kind of like our specialty, which is our plot combines. Our small combines are called Zurn 110 and Zurn 130. All of them are using John Deere engines. Driver and backing person, which is safer, can sit both on the operator's platform. No one has to sit on the left-hand side of the combine or walk next to the combine. You can equip them, our smaller combines, also with all type of equipment like weighing system, grain tank, NIR system. The operator's platform is modern. You have a joystick, you have all type of stuff which is normally used in bigger combines. And yeah, you can equip them also with all of our 160 different options. Our main model here in the United States so far was the Zurn 150. I showed you the Zurn 150 already over and over in the last years. I just want to point out real quick what we did new with the Zurn 150. We, together with a designer from John Deere, designed a new cabin. And this is kind of like how it looked when we first started. We wanted to have a new cabin, a modern looking cabin with premium components. Yeah, the requirements were that we had a pretty small cabin before. We wanted to have a larger cabin. We wanted to have a quiet cabin. All of that input from the sales side went into this, and what came out of it is this one here, our new cabin on both the Zurn 150 and the Zurn 160. This cabin is the only cabin in the whole plot combine market which has a TOPS, a tip over protection, and an OSHA certification. So if safety is important for you or your company, we have all of those certifications ready to roll. Our latest model is called Zurn 160, and I want to show a few. You already saw a lot of different technical details today from other vendors, so I don't want to go into it too detailed, but I want to show a few details of the Zurn 160, brand new unit. It was greenfield engineered. We were really proud of it. First of all, this is our concave 130-degree wrapping angle. It is a concave larger than any other concave in the plot combine market right now. On the right side is our threshing drum and our straw beating drum. They are in sync, and this ensures that the crops get treated gentle, and therefore we have a very low rate in seed breaking. With soybeans, we are between 1% and 2% now. This is our cleaning surface. We have 4 straw walkers, and those straw walkers are altogether 10.7 square foot wide. This is the largest cleaning surface in the single plot combine market available. Below that, we have a 2-step cleaning surface with an adjustable sieve, and then we have 8 different bottom sieves depending on the crop. This is a picture of the right side where we want to show that our power, our transmission is directly connected. We have only 6 belts on the whole combine, and we have 528 Newton meter on the threshing drum. Our engine is from John Deere. It's a 4.5 liter, 110 horsepower engine. We can increase that if needed. So far, what we learned is that it's not needed. And all of our maintenance area, the whole maintenance area is accessible without tools. This is our front axle. It's a heavy-duty industrial front axle, also known from other large farm equipment. It has a 100% mechanical hydraulic differential lock. It's a 3-step drive. And in the back, we have a so-called multi-link rear axle, which you can see here pretty nice, where the right area is way lower than the left area. The combine itself, we have 14 tie-down points on the whole machine. Traveling height is below the legal height here in the United States. In Europe, the legal height is even lower. On the right-hand side, you see that all of our components are kind of like integrated in the main frame, Here, what you see on the right side is our fuel tank, which pivots out. Everything on the Zurn 160 is easily accessible and is made very easy for maintenance. Here again, easy for maintenance. We have large openings. The filter my colleague takes out here is, of course, a John Deere filter. In general, we try to keep maintenance as low as possible. The dimensions of our bearings are bigger than necessary. We try to keep everything as stable as possible. On the right-hand side, another picture of how easy accessible the whole combine is. With large openings here, you can dismount the feeder house within 5 minutes. You can take the header off within 5 minutes. Keeps you flexible and everything is easy accessible. The combine itself, the Zurn 160 as well, has different options. It has a modular setup. We can put all type of different weighing systems on it. It has a 60 bushel grain tank if needed. It's not the standard, but if needed, we can make it work. We have a pneumatic sample taking in the cab, so no one needs to walk next to the combine or do anything like that. On the recommended weighing system on the Zurn 160 for corn is the Harvest Master high capacity grain gauge. Just want to mention it. We can put that on that machine, but we can also put the smaller Harvest Master H2 on it. Quick, one more. I already showed that with the Zurn 150, our cabin again with the multifunctional armrest and a very modern cabin concept. We have, especially if you are a little bit taller, you will enjoy our cabin. We have a large area for the operator and for the bagger, and air ride seats for both of them. 4 years of intensive testing of the Zurn 160 in Europe and in the United States. In 2016, that whole thing looked like this. Looks more or less like a plot combine. 2017 looked already a little bit better. In 18 and in 19, our tests over here in the United States, we were able to also, especially last year, take it from East Coast to West Coast. We went through wheat, canola, corn, soybeans, mung beans, corn, and a lot of other stuff. We had really good feedback from our customers. Unfortunately, last year at this time, I already asked you, please contact me if you want to test this machine. Let us know. We bring it to your farm, to your research station. And then, of course, the pandemic came and yeah, no one really knew what would happen. But still, we were able to take it to several different places, which is outstanding. But of course, we want to do the same thing this year again. So if you are interested in testing our equipment, be it the Zurn 150, be it the Zurn 160, there's my email address, my phone number. It's also on our webpage. Please let us know. It's very easy to sit here and tell you how great we are and how great everything is and how great our equipment is. Challenge us, let us know when and where. And if it's possible, and most of the time it is possible, we bring it out, you can check it out, you can use it for a day or two, you can finish a trial. We know you don't want to use 2 different machines for the same trial. Yeah, but please let us know, and we're very happy to take our equipment to you and yeah, and let you check it out. Thank you very much for taking your time. And yeah, I'll give the word back to Ryan.
Thank you, Jens. We got one question in chat. How fast can those camera guided weeding machines move through the field?
Do you know for what crop? No?
No.
Okay. So for wheat, soybean,
yeah.
I will double check, but I am pretty sure it's around 16 miles per hour. It goes really quick. And then if you go, you can check that on the webpage. If you go into vegetables like salad, where the weeding process is not only in between the rows, but also in between the plants itself, it's slower. It's like 2 to 3 miles per hour. But in soybean, it's really quick. And for whoever asked that question, we have one of those machines in the United States right now. We actually demonstrate it in organic wheat in Oklahoma on Thursday. And we will have that in the United States for the whole year. So if someone's interested in trying it out, if someone sees the need for it, someone wants to learn more about it, please let us know. We can transport it with our pickup truck and trailer, and we're happy to bring it out and test it. That's why we have it right now.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we got Amanda from Nebraska. And Amanda, you should be able to share. Maybe.
All right, maybe. Try that. How's that look? There we go.
Yep.
All right. So thank you again, Ryan and Evan, for taking the lead on getting this meeting going. I appreciate it. And my topic is a little bit of a different one, but probably not news to everyone. And that is, how do we include variety management decisions and variety testing? And just briefly, I'll give a background. This is a new study that we're trying. So I'll give you just some preliminary results and analysis, and then our overall conclusions and where we're going with it. Background on that is our primary crop, similar to Colorado State and a couple other places, is wheat. And there's a number of different management strategies we can include, namely the fertility, the timing of our fertility, use of fungicide. And we're curious how this plays into our results as a commodity crop that's also driven based on the quality and milling characteristics. These kinds of questions become really important to our farmers. And with our variety trials, there's a good deal of variation across a region, within a region, based on the grower that we're collaborating with and the conditions there. And so our goal was to replicate, what a high input, high management producer is doing versus more of the standard management that you would see for someone where maybe wheat is kind of a filler crop, or the standard conditions that we have common at university research stations. And we wanted to do this within a single location to remove those environmental differences. Briefly, we picked two of our testing sites, one in Cheyenne County on the western end of the state, one in Saunders County on the eastern end. And these two regions, you can tell on this top map, this is annual average precipitation. And on our western site, we get on average about 15 inches of moisture a year. And on the eastern side, about 28 to 30. So there's a pretty good differential there. There's also a almost 2,800 foot elevation differential. And the majority of the wheat is grown in the western side of the state, but it's becoming more popular again on the eastern side as folks find it's useful in rotational strategies, breaking weed cycles, providing some diversity in their cropping systems. So using those two sites, we had our standard management and then our intensive management trials basically side by side, and they had different numbers of entries based on what was entered into the test, but a handful of common lines and standard checks. Breaking out how we actually set it up, our fertility in the standard management at Saunders County was 80 pounds applied in one fell swoop. For the intensive management, we applied 40 pounds initially, and then loaded it pretty heavy at the end with another 80 pounds, and then included fungicide at heading. For fertility out west, we used the same starting fertilizer pre-plant, and then added in an additional bit later on, and then also included a fungicide. Data collection was our standard procedure: plant height, final plot size, yield, test weight, moisture. We do have an in-house Perton machine for measuring protein, and that's one of the key the key traits that our growers are interested in, particularly on the western side of the state, where if you fall below 9 or 10 moisture, you're getting docked at the elevator. And so folks are really interested in what kind of fertility strategy should I use in order to make sure that I don't get docked at the elevator and can perhaps get a premium for higher protein. Data analysis, again, this is pretty standard, but I did treat the second, the final linear mix model. I looked both within individual sites and then combined our western site and our eastern site into trials to allow that direct comparison between the management strategies. Again, this is 1 year of data, so we're taking things with a grain of salt. Looking at yield initially, overall we had a lower yield potential environment in 2020. We had heat and drought stress that significantly knocked back our yields. So for Cheyenne County on the western end of the state, normally we would anticipate that our standard management would top out at 45, 50 bushel average. Saunders again would be more in that 80 range. And then when I looked at the main effects, again, this is limited because of the number of treatments and combinations we have, we found response for both the main effects of the entry itself, which we expected, and then also for the management. However, what we were expecting to see was we expected that the interaction effect would have some significant combinations showing a differential response to the management strategies, some crossover interactions. And that did not play out this year. Looking at some of our other trials or our other traits, basically the same trend held for plant height and protein. However, what was interesting was test weight. We did see some interaction effects that we're hoping carry over into the next years. And when I dug further into those interactions, on the whole, they looked to be change in magnitude, not necessarily change in rank. And it was only different for a handful of varieties. Overall, what this told us is that our winners are the same regardless of the management. So from a straight variety testing standpoint, it's good to know that on the whole, our ranks are not going to change based on that management strategy. But the caveat again here is it due to the fact that it's a single year and we had tough growing conditions. So we are planning to continue this for a few more years and see what those multi-year differences tell us. The other follow-up is actually one that's tied to another project that I'm working with, looking at nitrogen management in wheat. And it's, do we need to push those differences more? Are our fertilizer recommendations not topping out the maximum potential yields in more of our modern varieties? And then ultimately this leads to, when we talk about we're breeding for response to management, particularly in some of these crops that have quality and milling differences, are we really breeding for that? And then how can we leverage some of that, from an academic standpoint, working with our breeders to really work towards that in the future. And then as we move forward, we are planning to include some economic analysis in this and being able to provide on an extension side our farmers with information on, you can really top out yield, but does it pay economically? We are considering looking at this in other crops, such as sorghum, and then some of our specialty and alternative crops in Nebraska. And then looking at, the best way to analyze this data moving forward. And with that, I will close out, looks like I'm on time, and make sure to acknowledge the folks that make this happen. We have a really good team out here, and we have a broad geographical area that we cover. So we take our show on the road quite a bit. And then, of course, our Nebraska Wheat Board is very supportive of our research, and our Agricultural Research Division actually helped us to build this this new drill that you see on the right. And we're welcome to suggestions and questions and comments, and looking forward to seeing where this research takes us, both from a variety testing standpoint and from a research and academic standpoint. So I'll take any questions, and thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Any questions for Amanda? I'll go ahead and just make a comment. We've, in North Carolina, we try to do an intensive management approach to all of our OVT tests, from wheat all the way through corn. The biggest pushback we get is on our yield levels, because we're in a small plot situation, and B, because we're intensively managing those. We get a decent amount of feedback on there's no way that these soybean levels are real, or there's no way that we can get 100 bushel wheat on sandy soils. And it's been a struggle for us to convince them that, yes, that yield level is partly a small plot situation. There's also an agronomic component in that we're identifying that they can take advantage of.
Yeah, that whole idea of absolutes versus kind of the magnitude differences. And we fight that too on our protein side, especially a lot, because we have the edge effects. Our protein levels tend to be a little higher than what a farmer is going to see right in the middle of his field. And so and again, the farmers that I talk with are my neighbors, and so they're coming in and pestering me. But anyhow,
well, I think it's important that we're pushing those yield levels. Yes, it's a change in magnitude. It's not necessarily a change in ranking. But I think where we push those yield levels, it shows the genetic potential of these lines, because I also get the feedback that there is no genetic gain coming through the varieties that we're testing, because they don't see 0.3 bushels in soybeans or something like that.
And that's the other interesting piece of, especially for us, the wheat side, is that we do have historical checks. So we throw in, for those of you that are familiar, we keep Scout 66 and Turkey Red in our variety trials. And it's, it's a nice check for me, because I know as long as, those are coming out at the bottom, my results are making sense. But it also does provide us a tracking point that, as we look at this data over time, we can compare where we're going with where we've come from. So agreed. Yep. If there's anything else, I can't see the chat right now.
Nothing else right now. Anybody else have any comments or questions?
All right. Well, thank you again.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we got Shad from SRES. Shad, you should have sharing capability.
There we go. Let's unmute me. That'll make more sense. Okay. All right, can you guys?
Yeah, so we're seeing your the presenter view. So just go to your display settings and flip your views, and you should be good to go.
No, I thought I figured that out earlier, but then it switched on me.
Perfect. You're good to go.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you for everything, and good meeting so far today. And just going to go through a little bit with the with our data suite, our GPM data suite, and hope that it will switch on me. There we go. Okay, so this is just our global plot management system that we offer. We have the ability to do the general mapping, our universal planter, our advanced, our step 4, and our GPS spray. the general mapping in the, I guess, oh, sorry, let me get to it as I should, but this just shows where headquarters are. We're in Hutchinson, Kansas, South Hutchinson, and we've we may not have the largest testing field out here, but it is right next to the shop, which makes it nice just to zip out of our main shop and do some run some plots and hop back in if need be. But then we've got plenty of areas for storage, and then we've got our electrical shop and our training center as well. Going through, just starting, and we'll just go through the modules that we have. Some of them aren't officially on our main page yet, but we'll be getting those shortly. First one is this general mapping, and this is something that's included with all of our software packages for the planter side, and it just gives you an opportunity to go through and just with an RTK setting, whether it's on a four-wheeler or on a tractor, handheld, however it is, as long as it's an RTK system, you can then go through and go ahead and map out your field. Just kind of get your borders and such already lined up. And then if you have ditch lines or pivot tracks or a low spot, you can go ahead and mark those as well. This next one shows just where we've got that line already made, but then we can set and put the plots inside, and this is an opportunity with, say, our universal system or our step 4 system, where you can make those maps ahead of time and lay them exactly in your plot. And then this, additionally, we've got the, you can overlay it with your mapping scenario, or your Bing Maps or Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever it is. And then you're able to then see where those low spots are, see where that valley is, or waterway is at that point. So you're able to allow and either modify where you're going to place your plots, or even not plant in certain areas. The universal module that we offer is the next button on the screen, and so you get if you're paying for or you're purchasing this universal piece of it, you'll get the general mapping as well as that universal will be also included. So we can install these on any planter that has that, as long as you have an air or electrical solenoid. Easy layout of plots, definitely less than a minute if need be. You've got the ability to know exactly where you are in the field or in the geographical area. The other piece of it is that geofencing piece. So you know that if you're not in that, if you're outside of the plot, it's not going to trip, it's not going to plant. If you're inside of the plot, then yes, it will. But there's some instances with the GPS tripping system that you get to the end of your plot and it doesn't know that there's an end. So it'll keep tripping. So you'll be turning around and the planter will be tripping as you go. Well, with the geofencing piece of it, it keeps it within that area that you can. It will only plant within that piece. And so oftentimes as we're dumping seed and things, we're not paying attention and we dump the next packet in. Well, it's not gonna trip until you get back around and start your next plot. The other piece of it is, it's pretty inexpensive. So we have a $2,500 software fee, and then it's a yearly subscription after that, and it's $500 a year at that point afterwards. And so with the universal, you have the ability to go in and then set up your plot. So client division, location, and what name you want for those plots. Once you have them in, they're saved. So you can go to those little drop down features and then pick the plot that you have. So you could set these up in the field. You could set these up in your office ahead of time. Just many different scenarios, just to make it easier on yourself. The other piece of it is the setup wizards, and then we try to make it as easy as you possibly can. So you go through these wizards, and it has certain parameters that you have to fill out as you go through, and so it takes a lot of the having to hunt and pick everything and figure out where everything is and such. It makes it's pretty concise in that point. So with the universal itself, you basically can make your rectangle that is the same plot length or center to center. So with whatever your plot length is plus your alley, that's what you're setting your set your parameters to. So in this case, we've got 180 inches total with a 36-inch alley, and there's 4 plots, 4 rows per plot. And then I determined the 19 ranges deep and 15 wide. And then we're sitting at a 315-degree tilt, just where our location is right next to the river, so we don't have that straight north-south opportunity that some locations have. And so with that, I was able to then put that into the field that we're in, our testing site. A nice feature about it too is I can then I can throw in and well, I guess you have the opportunity here to set your Latin longitude so find where you are. If you know it, you can type it in here and just say set from text boxes. If you go to Google Earth or something, you can say you can highlight the Latin longitude that's in the address bar, and then go in and say paste Google string, and that's going to paste it in there. You can, once you're kind of in a moderate area, you can say set for map click, and then if I just click on the spot, it's going to move that 1-1 range row 1-1 to this location over here. So it's easy to at least get you kind of in the ballpark if you have a known coordinate, and then you can fine tune it and bring your field into that area. The other piece of it here is you have an isolation buffer area, so you can preset this the buffer to 100 feet, 600 feet, 660, whatever it is, if you're doing some isolation work. And so what that does is that opens up and expands a kind of a red circle around everything, so what what's around you. Then you've got in buffers over here and such. If you want to make sure you have enough room to turn around with your tractor and such, that's availability, and you're able to see that in real time. Next option that we have here is this grid planting, and we utilize that with the GPM universal system that we have. You're then we have a control box and seed tube modifications that occur on that planter, and it's definitely great for your oil seed planting, and then we also have kits available that could be installed on your planter. So in this case, we're utilizing our general mapping feature to kind of set up the field that we're in. And then, as we just talked about with the universal side of it, what we're doing here is we're making it's 60-foot center valley, 60 inches. Alley width is 1 inch because we don't want an alley, and then and this is basically saying it's 246 ranges and 82 passes. And so it's basically we have a 60-inch spacing on the planter, and then it's also putting a 60-inch distance between each seed. And so it's enormous as far as this plot is enormous because it's it's one seed every 60 inches and such. So you're able to kind of see a representation of it anyway. This just shows a picture of aerial shot of the grid planting, and these are, each dot is each seed, and that's at a 30-inch grid pattern. Just going into a few of the details and such, and just on GIS planting and such, you can go in, utilize Google Earth, and then it's coming in, and coming into South Hutchinson, and right basically where our field is. You could use a KML and drag that field right into that Google Earth. Just showing another example of the maps. And this is utilizing like ArcGIS and building a map in there. And then you can also overlay that into, utilize it, import it into our GPM system as well. Just showing you some of the details that you can get from our maps that we make. You can, these are showing elevation points. It's also showing where the tractor's starting, and then where the the trip points are as well as you go through it. And it's a great opportunity for those that have drones as well, that you can basically your boundaries are all set up within our system, with our GPM system. So then you can just utilize and take those shape files and give them off to your drone people, and they don't have to fly the field ahead of time because all the coordinates are already set up in that map. A couple opportunities where you can use this is LiDAR topography, that you can incorporate that into your maps as you're laying things out. Looks like soil maps going on here. Our step 4 module as well. That's our next grouping. I guess there's also the advanced system. I'm not talking about that because that's the early stages of our web development and such. So it's sorry, it's basically when we started the company, that was the initial programming that we used. We've since updated and grown from that and utilize this as the step 4 module. So you have the ability for unlimited plot lengths and population variability. These are simple controls. You're utilizing a complete GPS control, planter control, RTK controlled planter, and especially with the wizards and everything, it's easy to align alleys and such. But we're utilizing a lot of charts and gauges and such, so you can go through ahead of time, set up your different groups, and then as you're making a group, you can then correlate it with the gauges off to the side to say that, okay, well, I need to make sure that my planting plate RPM and my alley plate RPM are about 20 units apart from each other. So if there's an instance there where it's not, what I'm going to have to do down here is change my ground speed, maybe drop that down a tenth of a mile or something, just to make sure my gauges are all in the green setting. So I want to make sure my time for evac is above 1.5 seconds in that. And so those are your abilities to go through and make all these different groups for different crops as well. And you can just choose the different crops as you're through that drop down. So then as you're making those groups, then you can assign those groups into into the plot map here. We've got a couple. This is like looks like a 30 seeds, and the blue is a 32 seeds, and the purple here is about 34 seeds. And you're able to see through your thematic color of the different populations, spray groups, plot lengths. There's 7 or 8 different parameters that you can look at in that point. The white here is null plots, so there's nothing being planted at that point. And so as you open it up from plot view into world view, then you actually see how the plots look in the field. And we've made some changes with the red and the purple area, that we've got some longer plots going on here. So that's going to mess up with your alleys and such. So you just need to be aware of it as you're going through and making your plots. But it makes it nice and easy that you can see what you have available to you. Applications module is another, it's a GPS controlled chemical application that we have. You can control up to 30 relays. So many countless spray possibilities on how you want to set things up. You can be standalone with a sprayer, or you can include it on your planter for in-furrow application or whatnot. And also this one, it just has like the universal, it's $2,500 plus a subscription. This is an example of the tanking system that we have that we can add to our planters. And this just shows the different spray settings that you can set up ahead of time. And then I think I have this is going through with actually watching the tractor go through the field. And then as it's going through, then you can see that the different accessories are being chosen. So it's now accessory 4 is being spray tank 4, and then we'll get to spray tank 5 here in a second. And so as you're planting, as you're spraying, you can physically watch yourself go through the field. Another example here, just of the different spray applications that are being done in the field. 10 different tanks are being utilized. The other option here is we have a variable rate option. We're releasing that this fall. We're able to utilize, basically it's utilizing the applications module in a way, but using it with dry substances to change your rate as you're moving through the field as well. Also, we have our CHD, which is our certified harvest data. This is our weigh bucket system that we were putting on combines and available to utilize at the any combine that's out there that's willing to put it on. And we have so those are, sorry, getting a phone call. So this is just an opportunity. We've got it on our one of our Kincaid machines. Actually, we're partnering with Kincaid right now and putting them on more and more of their 8XPs and other plot combines. But we're definitely willing to work with anybody that we can to get those out on the market for testing. Just showing an example of what the screen looks like when you're making your plots. You can when you're harvesting, you're utilizing the same mapping that you have with your planting side, and so you're making that map, and then so you know exactly where you are in the field, just as you do with our planter. Online support help, we utilize a team viewer system. So in the case that you have an issue with your planter and whatnot, you can always call in, and we can navigate into the remote control access into your into your computer and help navigate any issues that you might have. And so the other thing is that we're available for for planter demos. So we've got truck and trailer and tractor and planter that I can pretty much take anywhere. So if you're looking for a time to see our equipment, don't hesitate, give me a call. My number is on the screen here, or you can always send me an email. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shad. Anybody have any questions for Shad? All right, thank you. And last but not least, we have Bill.
All right, so Sally had asked earlier about novel trials we're conducting, and the one I'm going to talk about here was requested by a seed company. Today I'm going to be talking about wheat varietal differences in Metribuzin tolerance. And wheat varieties have been shown to be potentially susceptible to Metribuzin herbicide. And Metribuzin has been shown to be an effective control of ALS-resistant weeds, particularly or most notably chickweed, but it's also an effective control for annual bluegrass and Italian ryegrass. It was released about 50 years ago under the Sencor brand name by Bayer. So it's most commonly associated with that brand name, but it's also has been released under the names Lexo and Tricor, Dimetric, among other names. And as I mentioned, wheat varieties do have a variable tolerance levels to this herbicide. And so tolerance ratings in general are useful for growers if they're considering Metribuzin as part of their management strategy, but certainly important to consultants and seed companies as well, who will be advising their growers. Ratings are important, certainly with current varieties, and they were last evaluated in the United States in 2013 and 14 by Mississippi State University and the University of Tennessee. So we're well overdue for taking a look at how modern wheat varieties respond to Metribuzin herbicide. So I conducted 2 years of investigating this in a wheat variety trial, evaluating varieties for differences in Metribuzin tolerance. And in the 2018-19 season, we had 84 entries. Most of them were Republic varieties, but also some experimental lines that have potential to be released as varieties in the future. And in the 2020 harvest season, we had 88 entries. And the goal of the trial that I put together was to induce damage, to really see what effect does this herbicide have on the wheat varieties. So I applied the maximum labeled rate, which was 10 3/4 ounces of dimetric EXT, which is a 75% Metribuzin compound. I applied that in the late winter at approximately the Figs 4 to 5 stage. In the first year, that was, I believe, was in mid-March, and in 2020, it happened to be, the stage was in mid-February. And I sprayed half of the plot, and I did this so I could do a side-by-side visual evaluation to do a damage ratings, visual damage ratings. And I took these injury ratings at 3 to 4 weeks after the herbicide application. And also throughout the growing season, I recorded plant height and the heading date. And then at maturity, we harvested the plots with that grain yield and test weight. So for the 2019 results, you can see we had our 84 entries here. And I had an injury scale from 1 to 5, where 1, there was absolutely no sign of injury or stunting or discoloration at all. And the 5 rating showed severe injury, plant death, severe necrosis. And this plot here is actually a picture of the plot that had the 5 rating. There was only one variety that had this severe rating. And you could see there was actual just plant death compared to as we get into the more healthier non-sprayed area. There were a few other varieties that showed severe damage. I didn't see plant death with the 4.0 or 4.5 ratings, but certainly some leaf necrosis and severe stunting at this level. But then if we see most of the varieties in terms of the frequency of distribution fell within the 2.0 to 3.5 injury rating. So what we're seeing here is a broad scale of varietal differences in the response to the Metribuzin herbicide. In terms of what effect it had on yield, we can see that for higher injury levels, we had much greater reductions in yield. Now remember, only half the plot was sprayed, so these reductions are potentially twice as much as what we're seeing. So we're really talking in this deal here, really probably 80% yield reduction, maybe if not more. And as you can see, varieties that are more tolerant to it showed actually a yield increase here. And I don't believe this yield increase was due to the Metribuzin herbicide itself, but actually a function of the fact that in this particular year we had this set up in a split plot design. So certain blocks were sprayed with herbicide and the control blocks were not sprayed. Well, it just so happened that one of the control blocks was in a wetter area of the field. And I believe it was that wetness that actually reduced the control yield as opposed to the treatment actually boosting the yields here. So I think the important thing to see here is really that at the higher injury levels, you did see yield reductions. In terms of grain test weight, there was really no difference based on the injury ratings. We did see height reductions associated with higher levels of injury. Very little or no effect at the lower levels of injury, but dramatic reductions in plant height. And we saw that there were differences in heading date, which is an estimate of plant maturity. And we saw that that maturity was actually delayed with the higher levels of injury rating. So if we look at the next year's data, 2020 results, and we had 88 different entries. And then this year, I still have the 1 to 5 scale, but I did not have any plots that fell within the severe 5 rating. The highest I got was a 4.5 rating, and that was just one entry. And that entry was actually the same variety that we saw here with the 5.0 rating as well. So in 2020, we just did not have as severe damage. I'm not sure if that was a function of the environment that was growing in, the weather, the climate, or something to do with the timing of the actual application itself. But you can see among the distribution of the ratings, most of the ratings fell within the 1 to 2.0 rating, which is no to essentially just minimal stunting here. So not much damage, but we did see a number of varieties. And they were most of these did coincide with these varieties over here that we saw, the more severely damaged ones in 19. So it was repeatable from year to year, that response. But the yield, we saw yield reductions as we saw in the year before, although not nearly as severe. Obviously, we're talking 30 to 40% here. We're only talking 5 to 10% here. So much as we saw less visual injury, we also represented itself with smaller differences in yield or yield reductions. Again, there was no effect on grain test weight associated with the herbicide, but we did again see that there was stunting associated with the herbicide application. The higher injury levels showed a higher level of stunting, lower plant height here. And again, we saw that heading date or plant maturity was delayed at the higher levels of injury. So the take home from this, the conclusions of this 2-year study is that there's a wide range in tolerance among varieties, and that this herbicide can reduce yield, plant height, and delay maturity. And when considering using Metribuzin, it's important to check varietal tolerance. And this data is available in the UK Small Grain Variety Test Report. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Bill. Any questions for Bill? I know that's been one of our goals, at least for our program, is to start looking at Metribuzin tolerance in wheat. It's some work I did when I was at Syngenta, and I think it's important because there's just not a lot of information on what tolerance looks like for wheat varieties out there. But we'd like to see what that looks like for both wheat and soybeans. So
yeah, it's good to have somebody looking at it every so many years. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming, particularly in soybeans, it's becoming an alternative herbicide of choice for us, particularly early on. So. All right, well, that concludes all the presentations. Thank you again for this is not the end of the meeting, but thank you again for participating. Thank you to the presenters for being willing to present. I think we had a lot of good information. We had a lot of good discussion, some good feedback and outputs that we're going to have from this meeting. So look for some follow-ups moving forward immediately after this. There are a couple things I wanted to go over for our business meeting before we sign off. I got about 7 things that I've listed out. Number one, Bill wanted me to remind everybody that the SCC-33 group, the project has been renewed for another 5 years. So it's, you know, where you have interest, it would be really good to go ahead and sign up for that group. I did so myself here, I guess it's last week. I meant to do it after the last meeting and then COVID hit and everything went nuts. But if you're wanting to be a part of this group, and I think there's some really good opportunities working together. You know, we talked about some variety database funding situations, being an official member of the SCC-33 group, and Bill, tell me if I'm wrong here, gives you some opportunities for some travel funding for these meetings. So
that's right. And just signing up for the group helps strengthen our group in terms of our renewal process. A number of years ago, I think we just had, you know, maybe 10 people registered. And one of their suggestions was, look, we see that you have 50, 60 people attending your meetings. Why aren't they official members? And it would help your group's renewal if you had more people register. So since then we've started a drive to get more people registered, and either Ryan or I will be sending you all out an email with some instructions to get you into the actual system. Okay.
And it's a super easy process. I think the most difficult part of the process for me was inside the appendix deciding what my code areas were that I had to sign up for. But beyond that, it's super simple, super straightforward, and I think it's very very invaluable. Yes, if you're not part of an OVT program, I would absolutely also join. You know, whether you run an OVT program or you assist in what the OVT programs do, I think that's very important. So Bill or myself will be sending out those directions probably after the meeting over the next week or so. So be on the lookout for that. Along those same lines, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen here real quick. Make sure I'm on the right one. So make sure after this meeting, you know, over the next week or so, go to the SCC-33 website. I'm showing it here. The web address is above, and I'll also send that out when we send the sign up directions for the group itself. Go here and click on SCC-33 directory and check and make sure that how your name is represented, or your name and organization is represented, is correct. If you know of people that are no longer on this list from your organization, go ahead and pull them off, just so we can keep this list up to date. This is usually something what we've done in person and passed around. But go ahead and go and make some, download this file, make changes where you need to, and you can send it to me and I can compile them and then send them to Deborah. So take a look at this file, make sure it's still up to date, make sure it's still current for your university. So that's 1 and 2. Number 3 is we don't currently have a treasurer's report. That'll be coming out next week. Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong on that. Yeah, so Deborah will have that put together and we'll send that out next week, more than likely with the directions for signing up as well. So be on the lookout for that coming up here pretty soon. One of the outputs from earlier during this meeting was the idea of developing a committee around a national or a bigger regional variety database. Virginia has kind of volunteered to be the lead of that committee. I really appreciate that. I think that's going to be a good opportunity for us to find some additional funding for those situations. So if you're interested in joining up with that committee, please get in touch with her. I think she's still on the call. Yes. So if you're interested in being a part of that group, being part of that committee, go ahead and get in touch with her. We'll start working that out and then see what our funding opportunities are. Virginia, did you have anything you wanted to add on that?
No, I'm just going to put my email in the chat again in case anyone missed it earlier. So just feel free to reach out if you're interested in being a part of that committee.
Number 5, I've been proud to serve as your chair this year, although I don't feel like I did a whole lot except show you what COVID's like. Are there any people that feel led to be the chair for next year? I'll be happy to do this again next year, but if there's anybody that feels led to that, I'm also happy to step aside.
I'd nominate you to do it again. And Evan.
Geez, Bill, I was about to second you.
This is what happens when you accept responsibility, everybody. You never let it go.
And
hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Ryan, I would suggest that whoever it is that takes on chair, and I third Evan's motion to for you to do it another year, but I would suggest that whoever does take it from here on out, just plan on doing a 2-year term, because it seems like to me, especially whenever we're meeting in person, it takes so much coordination and just figuring out what it is you're supposed to do. Yeah. And that, that way it makes the second year a whole lot easier. And then, and then you can be just that much better of an advisor whenever the next person does take over. So I don't know if that needs to be a change in whatever bylaws we might have. Bill would maybe know that, but I would at least propose that our organization change its structure to reflect the 2-year chair term.
I mean, I think that's a good idea because I completely agree with what you said earlier. This first year, and COVID aside, there was a lot of things to figure out. I can only imagine if I had added on the location and all those other pieces of it. But yeah, I think if we had people for at least a couple-year term before we flip that over, that makes a lot of sense.
One idea that I've done on other committees is where you have one person stay and one person rotate off, so that you always have one person who's been there and one person who's new who can kind of learn the ropes of things. So that might be something you would consider.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point too. That chair vice chair situation with like ASA groups, and it helps with that learning process, because I feel more confident that I know how I would situate things next year. But having that lead time would definitely help. So,
what do people think of having a virtual meeting one year and then having just a really fantastic meeting on the alternate year going forward? I know that's been suggested in the past, or people say just meet every other year, but because of the multi-state requirements, we do need to meet every year. And this might be an option for everybody to easily get together. And then when we do get together, we'll have hopefully funds to bring our technical staff with us and just really do an outstanding event.
I would say my vote is for in-person every year, but I am open to the option of having a hybrid meeting where if some people wanted to attend virtually, then we could still have that as an option. But personally, I get so much more out of these meetings when I can actually be in person and interact with people.
I mean, I'll say that we're reaching a larger proportion of people this year than we had in the past. I mean, we've had more people attend from a very different array than we've had in the past. But we were missing on that personal component. You know, the information exchange has been awesome. Had a really great meeting today, but we miss on those small group, you know, sidebars or those conversations at lunch or those ideas exchange that happen outside the bounds of here's your 15 minutes, you know, on to the next one. Now that's anti-Zoom Ryan speaking, because I'm just about done with virtual meetings. But I think if we can do a hybrid approach, that would make a lot of sense, because it would help us bring in those people that can't travel every year, but also still give us those opportunities for in-person.
I kind of think that naturally happens. People naturally do an every other year deal, and that maintains a standard group of people. So I'm a component of exactly what you and Virginia have been talking about. Let's just meet every year if we can. Obviously, if we can't, we'll make adjustments, but I get more out of the meetings as well when I'm in live and in person.
If we have a pandemic next year, I'm not going to be chair ever again. So FYI. All right. So Evan and I will continue on chairs as chairs for this next year. That's good news, because Evan already has a person lined up to help us identify some facilities for next year. We are absolutely going to have an in-person meeting. I mean, I'm going to come in a bubble if I have to, but we're going to have an in-person meeting. The survey that we had after last year's meeting had San Juan, Puerto Rico as the top choice. I talked to Evan before the meeting. I think I'm leaning more towards going back to Key Largo as kind of Key Largo was second in that choice. I'm kind of leaning back, going back to Key Largo for that, but does anybody have any thoughts on that? Are both good?
Both good.
Hey, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I just said both good, you know, both good. Both, when I'm living in Minnesota, so Key Largo or Puerto Rico sounds both like, yeah, like oases. So both works.
I would just offer out there that obviously I love Key Largo. When I was chair, that's where we went both years. And I'm definitely a fan of Key Largo. But with that said, just looking at the participants on this call, it seems like that there are a number of folks that are joining us that are not very close to Key Largo. And so maybe somewhere a little bit farther west might entice some of these.
And then Cam died. Come back, Cam.
These Russian hackers, they're everywhere.
I think what Cam's saying, and I understand, I completely agree, is that we have a good proportion of people from Midwest and West.
To come, Julia and some of these other folks that are on here, we'd love to have you involved every year and in person. And so if we did move it on these other folks to come, I don't know.
Well, I think so for me, and this is Ryan personally, because we'd be first year past pandemic, I would prefer to stay continental US if at all possible, just to avoid any other kind of weirdness that might be happening. But I'd be open to a Texas versus a Florida or something like that. I mean, that location wise, you know, either one of those work for me. So I'll tell you what, I'll talk to Evan, we'll get some ideas put together, and we'll shoot you out a poll. As long as there's a beach, yeah.
You guys, we could look back 4 or 5 years ago. We did it in California.
Yeah, San Diego.
Participation was any different being in California, as to Cam's point. I don't remember it being a different group of people.
No, we've had pretty much the core set. That was my very first year, and we've had pretty much that core set throughout this entire thing, whether it was in Key Largo or out in San Diego.
Bill, do we do attendance at every single one of these so we have a list of everyone who shows up so we could compare those?
We do, and it's on the SEC website. If you look at the meeting archives area, it has all our locations, attendees, agendas, award recipients.
Okay.
Yeah, so Evan and I will put our heads together after this meeting and come up with some choices, and then we'll shoot it out to the group as a whole. I know y'all love surveys, so we'll do one more just to see where the interest lies. But it'll absolutely be in person this coming year. So the final thing I have is this meeting has been recorded, so I'm going to go ahead and post that recording for people to download or to look at later on. I know there's been some interest from folks that weren't able to see the early part of the meeting that want to hear more about that. So I'll get this recording posted in some format and get that shot out to the group. So is there anything I'm missing? Well, thank you all for taking your time today. I know this has been an unusual year and an unusual way of doing this meeting, but I really do feel like it has been a good meeting, a lot of good conversation, a lot of good presentations. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you for your investment in what we're doing as a group. So let's follow through with some of these committee ideas, and let's see what we can do in person next year.
Yeah, thanks as well. I also feel like this is probably the best virtual meeting that I've attended this year so far. So really excited about how we did it. And I thank Ryan, because he basically did the whole thing, putting this all together. So great job, Ryan.
There's a placeholder.
Why didn't you help him, Evan?
Not all of us can be on the A game as well as the Germans. Because you have such a small country, maybe, you know, it's faster for you guys to travel around.
I understand completely. Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Appreciate it. And be on the lookout for some emails coming out here soon with a lot of different information from the meeting. So have a great rest of the week and stay safe. Thank you all.
Thank you.